Don't know if I'm gonna play music. Don't know. I don't know. Probably not, to be honest. Probably not. Yeah, I kind of just want to listen to my own music right now. As per usual, what I'm listening to is going to be on the top right of the screen. What am I going to listen to, though? To be honest, dude, Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath. Dude, this album is so fucking underrated. It's what's it called? Sabotage. Yeah. They wrote this after. Did this come out? Yeah, after Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. What am I working on today? Let me get out of ASMR mode so that I can talk about it. Sorry. What I'm working on today is I have a UI system that is semi-working, but basically I have this new system for containers that I push text into the containers and then it scrolls in a certain direction. This is going to be used for the battle log, for example, so when an event happens, like you get shot or you press an attack or something, then the text is obviously going to scroll. It's basically 100 text boxes that we initialize when the menu is created, and then all we do is push text into the oldest text box and then just shift all of them up by the height of the new text and then put that new one at the bottom. And we do all of the transforms for it now on the GPU. All of that works. I have to do some optimizing with the malloc and freeing of the convex holes of those text boxes, just so that it runs a lot faster. Not only optimizing, but I need to actually integrate it into the combat system, which is something that we're just starting to work on now. So that's what I'm working on today. Other than that, probably like just working on making the actual kind of combat UI, right? So you're gonna have kind of like your items on the left side or your attacks on the left side, and then on the right you're gonna have like your currently equipped whatevers and your consumables, and in the middle is gonna be in like usual CRPG style the battle log. But also what I'm working on is for containers for text. I have it currently so that they can get the text gets masked right by the bounds of the container. So for example, if text is scrolling past the bounds, then we cut it off on the GPU by testing against the bounding box of the container. The issue with that is that for some reason there's a bug with the text that we currently have where it's scrolling, where for some reason some of them are getting cut off early, randomly. Like half of the text is getting cut off completely and it turns invisible. But the rest of them, the masking works fine. So I have no clue. Could I show the game? Yeah, I can show off what I'm talking about. Sorry, my mic is like in ASMR position. And also, like, the sound is in ASMR position because I was trying not to talk so loud today because it is like fucking 2 in the morning right now. Okay, so here's the everything as it is with the toggles, etc., all the graphic stuff, blah 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 blah. Anyway, so that text that's scrolling is the text that I was talking about. It's just random strings. You can see now all this text that I was talking about. This is like scrolling. Of course, it's going every frame like really fast, but you can see. So this is the box that it's coming from, right? This is like going to be the battle log or whatever. So this is what I was talking about, right? So if I turn on masking, I'd have to compile again, but this will now get cut off within the bounds. But there's a bug where like every other string, every other one of these just completely disappears, and I don't know what that bug is. Also, it's just right now we were doing this kind of inefficiently, and we can do it a lot more efficiently. Anyway, so that's wow, streaming at 12 p.m. This is it's 2 a.m. where I live actually, so that's why I'm quiet. But yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm working on today is getting this to be better. But you see how this is like kind of the idea is here. We got this done last stream. I'm pretty proud of us for working through this. It took a long time, to be honest. It's quite a lot goes into this because we're basically this container, right? We don't have the IDs here, but it owns 100 text boxes, and it's kind of complicated having to push onto this. Anyway, so as you can see, we can select all of these different text boxes, and they're all getting their text changed and moving around. Anyway, maybe it's not that impressive, but I think it's pretty fun. Also, surprisingly, the UI stuff has been way more painful than the 3D stuff, so for whatever reason. Anyway, probably not going to be talking that much, but yeah. As per usual, I'm just going to be starting by like writing all my ideas down in this file and rereading what I wrote last week about it. Yeah, all the stuff with X's or slashes on the end is stuff that we got done already. Also, I'm not going to be playing music today, or maybe I might later, but reason being is because YouTube doesn't count my watch hours that I get when I'm playing any copyrighted music, which means that out of like the 50 streams that I've done building this engine, there's probably like 1,000 watch hours that are invalid. So if I want to ever get monetized, I have to start not playing music. I know how should I be with OpenGL, but I don't know when to start. I mean, after how much knowing C++. is that a question? Hold on, let me understand the question. Do you mean that you're struggling with where to go with C++ or with OpenGL? Um, because those are two very different answers that I would give. If it's with C++, um, I'd recommend just doing anything graphics wise. I think anything, if you want to get into graphics programming, that's a great way to learn C++ for sure. What all to learn in C++ for starting OpenGL? Do you know a language already, or is C++ your first language? If it's your first language, then I would recommend starting with like small terminal applications for sure. That's kind of how I learned programming, was all, making, I don't remember what I made, like Minesweeper, stuff like that, JavaScript. Well, if you already know a language, then learning C++ from JavaScript, the most important thing for you to nail down is typing and memory management. If you want to learn C++, then learn C++ memory allocation. If you want to learn C, then it's more simple, Like, yeah, I mean, C is much more simple than C++ because I have one way I allocate memory, and C++ you have different kind of things that you need to learn. I think it also is going to be different if you decide to learn the new features of C++, like smart pointers and templates and stuff, or if you stick to an older standard. That's up to you as well. There's a lot of different ways to learn C++, but I'd say, like, if you're coming from JavaScript, the biggest change for you is going to be how types are handled. You're going to have to deal with memory allocation. Those are going to be the biggest things, right? You got to know what a pointer is, and that's a big thing, right? You've got to understand what a pointer is, and honestly, I wish I could be in your shoes, because once you learn like what a pointer is, it's just like, it's so freeing, because you understand what a computer is doing as soon as you know what a pointer is. A pointer is a pointer to someplace in memory, and that's like the coolest thing about low-level languages, is you're working with pointers to memory, instead of the memory itself a lot of the time. And that gives you a lot of freedom in how you architecture your programs. So those are the three things: types, memory allocation, pointers, all that stuff. I mean, also all the object-oriented programming stuff. If you're going into C, you're going to have to learn inheritance, classes, but I'd say start with, I mean, if you're coming from a language like JavaScript, I'd say start with terminal applications. Start with something small that's fast to iterate to, just you printing to a console, right? Just make Minesweeper, make chess. That's how I started programming, But I'd say that will teach you a lot of the conventions of the language, and once you have all the things that I said and understand what all those terms mean, then go ahead with the OpenGL stuff. Depending on how well you know JavaScript, I'd say give it a week or two and you'll be ready. Okay. So Okay. So we're going to start with the first thing, which is going to be pre-allocating the convex holes, which is how we determine if the mouse is hovering over text. Right now every time we change a text box, we reallocate memory, that is the convex hole points. Instead of that, what we want to do is only work with possibly stack arrays that are just the size of the maximum amount of characters and points. So right here. So yeah, we're just gonna try doing this. And if we can't do this, then we will just allocate it when we set up a text box. Okay, we might be like, stack overflowing with this shit, but we might as well try it. Yeah, so either the design that we're going to go with is either stack allocation for this, or I'll just allocate it on text box creation and just use those buffers during iteration here. Do I have to do garbage collection in C? Well, you do the opposite of garbage collection in C, the opposite, which is memory allocation. Garbage collection is what we call the opposite of it. C over C++? Damn right. Okay, that's not what we like to see. We have to refactor some of this stuff. Okay, yeah, we gotta copy this array. Yeah, the good thing about this is that we didn't have to, mem copy it, but I think that that's what we have to do. C sharp, you want to become a C master? Well, you've come to the right place. Yeah, C is awesome, man. C is like the fucking best. Hold on a second. I don't actually need to, do I? No, I don't have to do this at all. I'm being dumb. Yeah, because it still should be scoped, right? Maybe it's fine. I I think it should. When I copy the struct, I think it should stay, right? Yeah, I think it should, because you can't do b outline equals a outline, for example. Like, this doesn't work, so it won't change the pointer, I think. I'm listening to Black Sabbath, Sabotage. I don't know why that album is so fucking underrated. I think because a lot of like thrash was coming out around the time. But I mean, this is kind of as close as Black Sabbath gets to thrash, I guess, you know. What is this count? What was I fucking printing there? Okay, we seem to be okay. Okay, we seem to be fine. Now, we may hit a Stack Overflow eventually with these, but hey. Oh shit. Okay, never mind. We're not fine. Why do I use sprintf and not smprintf? I sometimes use smprintf when I'm tryharding, but to be honest, it's the same reason I use strict copy instead of stern copy. It's because I have length checking for all of my strings in other places. A string will never exceed those bounds at the time when it's getting written into that buffer, if that makes sense. It would have to be way shorter to get to that point, you know. Also, it's a complete lie that stern copy and smprintf are much safer than sprintf and store copy. There's been many times when I've crashed my computer because I've like gone to a negative index somehow in one of those. Yeah, apparently this I wonder which of these is segfaulting us. We could like have sanitize to get more info here, but yeah. Oh, maybe it's because I don't set that to 0. Oh yeah, that's probably what it is. Because this free set it to 0, so that's why. I'm not gonna lie, I'd rather just take the bullet and debug in VS Code. Like I can use GDP in the console, but I think it would get a better overview. I guess I'll say this. I've rarely had a bug with my code where I actually even need GDP. 99% of the time, it's a logic error. If I have a genuine like memory leak or like pointer heap out of bounds, anything like that, then I'll just use fsanitize anyway. Like, I don't even use GDB for anything other than stack tracing. Like, all I use GDB for is when I crash. If I want to know if it's a seg fault or something else, right? If it's a sig kill, if it's something crazy, then that's all I want to know, because it gives me like an immediate understanding of like what I need to look at, for example. But then again, I mean, don't follow anything that I do. I'm like a fucking idiot, so. Okay, it seems that I was right about that. Okay, we can mark that off the list, I guess. I'm not really sure, actually, like, I don't know. If I want to stay stack allocated, like, this is such an easy way to fucking Stack Overflow, by the way. It's like, But the other way we would have to do it is, I'll show you. The other like design here would be to keep like it all here, vic2 inner. You would have to have like 4 different pointers here. That are all allocated on text box creation, which is probably what I should do. Like, otherwise I'm just gonna Stack Overflow at some point if I keep doing shit like this. I don't know. Yeah, this is actually text for text, that original outline. What all of these arrays are, by the way, is how we determine the convex hull like outline of the text box, so that we can click on it and hover it like any UI element. So it basically like goes around all the characters as it iterates through when the text changes. Is this more of a demo of what your engine is capable of, or are you going to turn this into an actual game? Yeah, I think I'm turning it into a game now. Slowly but surely. yeah, I mean, I think I have a notebook full of like all these ideas for the game and the characters, um, all of their abilities. It's gonna be like a first person RPG, like party based RPG, similar to like the old Dungeons and Dragons, like Eye of the Beholder and Wizardry, those sorts of games. I know that it's weird to have like bee hopping and movement and stuff like that, but that's the genre that I like have like the most fond memories of, and I think it's a genre that just isn't being made today. Like, sure, they made Baldur's Gate 3, but that's more of a story-based kind of RPG. I kind of want something that's more like dungeon crawly and weird and trippy. So I have a lot of like game mechanics like that I write in this notebook, like laceration and bleed stacking and different items and blah 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 blah. And so slowly by slowly I'm trying to turn it into a game. And like the hurdle that I'm going through right now with the UI is I want to have like the first functional combat UI. So a battle log, a list of your attacks, and calculations on how much projected damage you're going to do on hit or whatever and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the big hurdle until I can actually like get into making the game. But yeah, I mean, I thought I was going to make it an FPS game for a long time, but once I got the models ready and I got hitboxes working and all of that, and then I like fired the first gun at it, and then it made the hit sound, and then she moved back and had a pain state and all that. I thought that I was gonna get like this big dopamine rush, but then I was like, I don't actually think I want to make an FPS game. So I just kind of was like, if I'm going to be lukewarm on it, I might as well shift it now. And to be honest, that's what I wanted to make in the beginning. I don't know if I've shown you this. I probably haven't, but this is what the engine started as. It started as this, which was like, this is raycasted on the CPU, and this is what it was supposed to be like 5 months ago. It was just you walking around and fighting like in a horror RPG kind of way. And I just started adding more and more shit to it, like kind of obsessively, until it kind of got to the to the point. Remember seeing the video for this? Yeah, I mean, that was the first video I made, but that was actually way past this, because that wasn't raycasted at that point. That was basically when I had that demo map, but it was still, you could like jump and stuff. But yeah, that's why I stopped raycasting, because I realized I couldn't make a jump button and I couldn't have elevation. And so I made it 3D, a real 3D engine. And then I kept on, I was like, well, now I want to be up, now I want to wall run, and now I want to shoot things, and now I want fancy lighting, and now I want this, and I want that. And it gave me a lot of, a lot of experience. But as far as, making a game engine, or a game, I guess, thanks, Wyland, appreciate it. It's certainly got still a long way to go, but alright, peace out. Have a good class. Thanks for stopping by. I think I am gonna actually end up doing this. explain my game engine in one sentence. Um, Psychedelic, sprawling, horrific 40,000 lines of torture. I'm lagging today. Okay, so I need to pre-allocate all of these now. Okay, this has a slight possibility of being really bad code that I'm writing here, so I have no clue if this is bad or good. Okay, testing. this out now. You know what I might listen to today? Fucking Metallica. Fucking master of puppets, man. I've had such good memories of this fucking album, dude. I had a battery on my iPod Touch when I was a kid. That is good. Oh, I forgot to add it to create new label. Oh, I forgot to actually call the functions. have no clue what's happening. Oh, I know what's happening. This. Okay, there we go. Okay, F sanitize time. Oh, we already were F sanitizing, never mind. Okay. Okay, so let's try to turn this on, but not actually activate the masking. Okay, I'm skipping this song because it sucks. Sorry. This song's a banger though. I mean, it looks fine to me. Can't you tell? Never mind, I guess it seems to be working fine. Yo, what's up, Isabel? How you doing? It's beyond evening. It's like fucking 4 a.m. Also, my mic is like in ASMR position, so I'm like hunching over to talk. But I'm working on UI. I saw that you were working on lighting, so I hope that's good. I have no clue what patches are, but I think I'm doing something similar, I guess. I just, iterate over the relevant space for lights, I guess. I forget what I called this. Patches is just dividing polygons up so that a light can affect part of one. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I do something similar with the UVs. The UI is good, so I can show what I have right now. It's not like super impressive, I guess. It's right now I'm working on, I have this kind of function called push text to container, and what it does is it pushes a string into a container, and then the container kind of determines how it's going to sort its text boxes. So in the case of the battle log, I kind of wanted it to be scrolling upwards, so it's like it's like this, right? So there's basically what we're doing is each text box has a transformation matrix, and so when we add when we push more text in, it goes to the oldest box, and then the oldest box gets moved to the bottom, and then all of the other boxes move up, basically, and then we push the dirty matrices onto the GPU, and then that's where the transforms happen. Unusual time. I usually stream during nighttime. Yeah, I couldn't sleep, so that's why I'm live. I had a fucked up dream, so I'm awake. Yeah, the aesthetic is definitely Cruelty Squad. The UI has been painful lately because I've been trying to. We are starting to lag because of all the text box pushing, but yeah, I had this like idea for like having rotating stuff, so I had to get all these matrices on the GPU lined up, which was like super painful. But I guess the effect is kind of cool. Oh yeah, I've got to figure out. I think it's because I'm compiling with fsanitize is why I keep lagging because of the text boxes. But anyway, I had this dream of like, hovering over things and then they start rotating. So now I have that possible, I guess. But yeah, it took forever. But yeah, PC frying effect. Yeah, I can toggle some of the effects, or just kind of when I'm in the mood. I kind of have these different like kind of presets that I play around with just to make sure that things look good in all the different presets. But yeah. Hey man, I've been watching you for a while now. Your streams are really fun and the game looks awesome. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. That's why I guess I go live. Anyway, so yeah, I have to figure out. I think it's probably because I'm running with fsanitize, though I'm not sure. I'm not allocating anything during runtime here. It's just kind of, maybe there's a better way to do it, but it has basically each text box has like 4 pointers, and they point to just like pre-allocated stuff. Like, for example, each text box has a convex hole that is computed every time we push new text into it, so that it basically has like an outline for you to click on it. That's what all of this stuff is, right? So you can. It's probably hard to see the boxes scrolling up as I'm hovering over them, but yeah. Do you have custom post-processing on your UI, or is it in-game Bloom actually rendering over your UI frame buffer too? Yeah, so I have UI on a separate frame buffer, and so when it all comes together in a post-processing pass. Like, I have my geometry and I have my volumetric stuff, and then I have my UI layer, and then all the frame buffers kind of come together, and then I process them in the same shader separately, and then I do the bloom pass after that with everything together. So yeah, the bloom is just like kind of global. It's just all one thing. I can actually, if I go here, hopefully I know how to do this right, but if I go into action ID, I don't know if it still works, but bloom amount maybe it works. I guess it doesn't work. Yeah, I'm not sure why that doesn't work, but anyway, it's been a while since I worked on like the API stuff for actually, having UI elements change the variables. But anyway, yeah, but yeah, it's global, so it works on the on everything. I wonder why that doesn't work. Maybe I make a new element and turn it into a slider. How do I figure out / understand how to do padding / alignment on CPU side data that you pass to GPU? I just look at the documentation for the standard that I'm using. Chronos has it all on the website or whatever for each thing, for each what do you call it, standard whatever. I use CD 430 for some stuff, and yeah, they have it all, like how many bytes for the vec4s and etc. I did have some problems with it, I guess. Yeah, it did seem to. It's weird because, oh, I know I did. It's because I had no scroll scale on it and no max val. That's what it is. That's why. Yeah, this would change it, I think. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it had no min and max val on the actual properties, but yeah, this is the max bloom, I guess. So yeah, it affects. It's hard to see, but it's affecting the text too. So it applies to the whole thing. Can I show the link? Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly where it is, but using STD140. Okay. I don't really know where it is. When I was doing computer stuff, the J Stefano GitHub had it, I think. Computer J Stefano. It's on the J Stefano GitHub, definitely. SSBOs. Yeah. If I remember correctly. Oh, this is STD430. Yeah. I can show you what I use for STD430, but yeah, I don't know. There's definitely an equivalent for STD140. Curious how tense it gets in C-land. I'm guessing you can enforce struct alignment. I can guarantee fields are initted, so I just end up padding structs out to 16 byte. Yeah, I mean, I pad them. I don't know if I do it exactly correctly, but because for 430, I think the padding is actually like not bad at all. But when I did, so these, I don't know if I padded them correctly, but it works. So if it works, it's fine. I don't know if it's necessary though. This padding, I think it might be wrong because I didn't really calculate it. I just kind of set it for I think like I just like thought maybe this is what it is, but for my particle I like counted out here, and yeah, so this is how I had to do it when I did my particle thing, and yeah, I'm pretty sure I did that one correctly. I forget. I'm pretty sure that was SCD430, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I mean, it's not that bad padding things, and I usually don't have to do it. I just kind of look at it once or whatever. I think you can do some con/compile time. I see. Yeah, I haven't really, believe it or not, haven't had a lot of problems with it. I only had problems with like packing structs and stuff when I was specifically doing the PlayStation stuff, because I know that for whatever reason there was some byte fuckery going on where it wasn't like there were bytes in between for whatever reason sometimes, like yeah, with specifically with this, there was like for some reason this wasn't coming out too, or like it wasn't reading in properly. But yeah, I had a lot of problems with that, but luckily with the GPU stuff it hasn't been that big of a problem. Hopefully what I just did fixes it. But anyway, yeah, the UI that I've been working on is much more efficient. Before I was literally just like transforming the vertices on the CPU, but doing it on the GPU is a lot faster, especially since I like have mesh-based stuff. So, but it did take a long time to get it working. It's mainly a pain in the ass because I have basically I have to assign unique IDs to all of the text boxes to index into the SSBO, and the issue with that is that I have to just allocate a huge SSBO. So what I have to do is when I load in all of my menu data, I have to literally just count how many bytes I'm going to need, and then just allocate a huge thing, and then make sure no IDs change, and everything, you know, every UI element, when it gets destroyed, it just gets reused basically, and then it owns that slot owns a part of the SSBO and a part of the buffer, you know, and we don't like touch it. It's kind of a pain in the ass to reinforce all of that when, you know, stuff can be destroyed and all that. So it did take like probably like a week or two now, just with the, you know, redesigning it. It's kind of annoying how like the UI stuff has been so complicated, but yeah. Yeah, I wonder if what I just did will fix it. I think that what I just did will fix it. The toggling. What I need to do is yeah, I think that this is fine. Is this? No, it doesn't. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I think I want to just test that works. Yeah, I eventually have to go through all this F-sanitize stuff. I wonder if this is like legitimate that it's detecting, or if, I don't know. A lot of it is like JSON stuff, I'm noticing. Like it's literally from CJSON itself, so I have no clue like what that's about, if I should be worried about that, or if I'm fine. It seems like a lot of it comes from my GLTF parsing, which is pretty fair. I mean, that is super fucking janky, so. Okay, let's check if the toggling works now. Okay, it doesn't work. God damn it. I wonder, this is gonna lag me, but I wanna see. Is this a part of menu C? Yeah, so it is a part of combat, for sure. Okay, let's also get rid of this debug. Okay, so the toggling is still not working. We have a toggle menu. Maybe we should actually I wonder if my setup is actually changing the... No, it definitely is. It definitely is, right? Let's print the IDs of what we're toggling. Yeah, I wonder if there's some mismatch with our text box count and on setup for the battle log. I call create new text box. And I'm pretty sure that this is changing. Let me just see what that gives us. Okay, I'm starting my music again. Hey, how are you? I just turned my music up again, but I'll lower it just for you, just to talk to you. How are you doing? Is your power back on? I'm assuming that it is back on. Yeah, we do get 98. We do get 98. So unless it changes after that. Your internet came back on yesterday? Good. Good to hear. Okay, so we are toggling all of this. We are toggling all of it. And then it just doesn't care about our toggling. Interesting. Yeah, so this is, why am I up so late? Because I couldn't sleep. Or, well, I'm not up late. I just woke up early. So, yeah. I have these vivid dreams, you know? Like the one that I, infamously told you about, the fucking Laura Nyro piano bit, you know? I rarely dream, but when I do dream, it's horrific and vivid. I don't know, something to do with my, brain problems. But yeah, I had this horrific dream of like my parents dying and all that, and so I'd just rather not sleep, to be honest. Anyway, that's why I'm up, because I've decided that sleep is overrated. Anyway, we are toggling all of these, we do know that. Also, I go through like periods, I think because of my mood problems, where I just can't sleep, and then I'll go through periods where I like can't be awake. When I disappear for like 5 days and I don't stream or whatever, that's when I'm just sleeping. So I just like end up sleeping, and then I can't stay awake, and then I'll be like up for like 7-8 hours of the day, and then I go through periods of this where I'm like up for like 19, 18, 20 hours of the day, but yeah, also sleeping is downtime, and we can't have downtime. Exactly, I've gotta do this, Yeah, I definitely have like sleep regulation issues or whatever, and I've been prescribed like basically everything for sleep, and nothing helps, to the point where at this point I'm not prescribed anything for sleep, and when it gets bad and I need to be awake, then I just end up taking a bunch of Benadryl. But like, yeah, I've been prescribed like literally every possible sleep aid, and it's just I don't know, I'm just fucked, I guess. I don't know. It's been that way since I was like a kid. I don't know. I think maybe I just fucked up my like brain chemistry with sleeping, because when I was like a teenager, it started when I was a teenager and I worked a job at a restaurant, and I would stay like closing, and I also, went to school. Obviously, I was still in high school, and so I would close and I would get home at like, midnight or whatever, and then I would have to wake up at like 6 for school in the morning, and then right after school I would go to work, and I think during that time, like my brain and body chemistry must have just like gotten fucked up, during that time is when I like started smoking cigarettes, and just like, I was always go 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 go. I didn't have like a second of downtime. I started like literally sleeping through my classes at school instead of sleeping at home, because typically, at least for me, like after I got home from work, I could never sleep because I was so fucking wired, from working at a restaurant, that I would just stay up, because you get so, wired or whatever that you have to stay awake. So I think that just happens to people, especially working like the service industry. I think it just fucks with your brain chemistry because, ever since then, I've just had a lot of trouble like relaxing and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I find it hard to work a job that isn't like at a restaurant because of that, like I find it really hard. It feels like I'm not working, when I'm not like hauling ass all the time. I think it's just like my brain is fucked or whatever. Like working on code, like sitting here coding, just doesn't feel. It never feels like work to me. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, this isn't this is weird. If this is, I'm assuming that this is going to give us the correct. Night terrors. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, I've heard all these like horror stories about like sleep paralysis demons and all that. Yeah, that's horrifying. Yeah, I don't know if what I have is called, it's like night terrors, but I just have nightmares. Like I've had like nightmares over the years of like me killing people or people killing me, and just a lot of like I just have like nightmares like that. Yeah. Yeah, the sleep problems are bad because for me it's like a big trigger for bipolar is just like not sleeping. If you don't sleep, then like it just gets worse. But it's not like I can force myself to sleep. Like obviously I got up at fucking 1 a.m. Like, it's like tough luck. Not much I can do about it, doc. Yeah, they're all not visible, but they all are visible. I'm wondering if I'm just being stupid and I'm not doing it in the shader, like if invisible equals 0. Oh. Bro, I swear sometimes I'm just so fucking dumb. Sometimes I'm just super dumb. Okay, I'm just gonna mark that off as finished. I think to debug it, I just set it to 1, and then I forgot that I just set it to 1. Oh man. Add support for propagation in another direction. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, the whole, that's like, from me playing Classic WoW, that's like fucking locked into my brain, the whole the text box thing. It's like that direction, I guess, is now locked into my brain. Like that's how I guess like as soon as I thought about my tech system, I was just like, oh, it has to go in that direction. Like it would seem so weird if it would go in the opposite direction of me, just because of that. But yeah, I used to play a lot of classic WoW. There's actually a guy in our Discord server who's never said anything, but he used to be like in my old WoW guild, and I guess he just joined the Discord server just to support or whatever. He never said to me, anything about it, but yeah. His name is Gurgle. He used to be the priest, like class leader. Okay, yeah, that's fixed. Okay, support for propagation. You're about to raid on your priest? Not classic. Oh, I guess you still play classic. I always assume that you would not play classic. I feel like for people it's like they either play one or the other. I never played retail just because my computer could never play retail. So I do love classic though, because it like, for me classic like has the I did try retail for a bit, but for me classic has like it's like the ultimate role-playing like fantasy. I love the fact that in classic like mages and priests like have to sit down to heal. It kind of like has this forced like role-playing element to it that like there's nothing like it to me, like having to like message people to gather up for a dungeon or something like that. Like that's how my experience in classic was. Like you legitimately, like, because the servers are like so I mean, since Anniversary came out, it's not like that, but when the servers were dead, like you genuinely had to like message people around your level to never did really endgame in vanilla. It honestly is pretty stale. Like I love the 5-man content in classic. I think that to me there's nothing that beats like, I don't know, like the pre-60 like journey through classic, like all those dungeons. I really like the design of them. I don't know, it's a unique kind of experience. Like when I played like classic, I played classic Kata, right? And it was just, that was me when I was a kid. I started during Kata, and I don't know, it's just such a completely different feel, I really love the like the social aspect of classic. I never really got that with a guild during retail. Maybe it's not like that, but yeah, I mean, raiding in classic is definitely kind of boring. I mean, even tanking is kind of boring. And I did tank even. I tanked MC through AQ, and even tanking is kind of boring. And I can't imagine, like, when I wasn't tanking, I had a mage and I had a priest, it was still like super, super boring. It's just kind of like one button rotation sort of thing. Tanking is fun, but yeah, it's still. We hang out outside a while. That's awesome, yeah. Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, I guess I just like never lucked into that experience with retail. Retail for me, it was always like hustle bustle sort of thing, and so I never really got that. But yeah, I think I like lucked into it when I came back to classic, because when I came back to classic, nobody was playing classic. It's really hard to find in prone to drama, collapses, whatever. Yeah, I think that's kind of what happened to my guild. I mean, I just stopped playing because I was, busy and started working more, and But yeah, I mean, it was definitely, yeah, it's big problems. You know, the typical problems like the raid leader stopped, showing up and stuff like that. And yeah, it's hard because, it's hard because it's like for like the people who are like in charge, it's like a fucking full-time job to some degree, like having a WoW guild, like to be a raid leader or a class lead. It's like a pain in the ass. At the end of like my guild's lifetime, I was the one who was like farming consumes for like everybody because no one wanted to log on and play. So that was kind of like my job. Was like I would get on my mage and I would fucking, I was out there, I was out there. Yeah. Yeah, I was a part of like the people on DD before Anniversary came out. And then I tried playing Anniversary, but to me it just felt like fucking white main, so I stopped. But yeah. Yeah, WoW was fun. It's just, I don't know. For me, it's like I either like no life it or I have a life. I've never been able to like balance it with MMOs like that. Yeah, this is the hard part. Look at the code, sword, battle log. Honestly, we can just call this sort. Just call this sort. I mean that works for me. That works for me. Yeah, this we have the designated initializers. I don't know what I was smoking here when I coded this, but yeah, this is fucking so stupid of me not to have shit here. I mean, like seriously, what was I doing? What was I doing here? That's what it's supposed to be. What? Oh, free data. There it is. Okay. Now we'll have downwards. Honestly, I'm just going to copy this for downwards because it's a callback anyway. I should really make a different file for these callbacks, but controlling the flow of that data is going to be so annoying. You know me, I just prefer to keep it all in one place. Okay, I mean that should literally be it. Honestly, it probably didn't have to be its own function if I played my cards right. So let me try this text. Man, I miss WoW. I have so many people that like kept on messaging me to come back to WoW and play. And I don't know. I felt like I kind of saw all I needed to see with WoW. Like I fucking maxed everything out and shit, and did it kind of up to a point where I just felt like I was doing the same thing over and over again. But you know, it's one of those things where I like made all of these friends and stuff, and I don't know. I wish we could be friends outside of WoW. Like I wish, you know, I wish I could message that person and them want to talk about anything else that isn't WoW, you know? Like, I made all these friends, but all they want to do is like play WoW. And if I don't want to play WoW, then they don't want to talk to me. Like this one guy in particular, you know, that, okay, this works, this is going down. This one guy in particular, you know, that I was super close with, just won't talk to me because like I won't play WoW, you know? It's like, I don't know. Yeah, I wonder why I lag when I'm moving it around. Like, why is that? I just don't understand it really. Like all we're doing the same amount of work, right? Like if I move it around, we're doing the same amount of work as if I keep it in one place, right? Like I don't understand why we would be lagging. I wonder what that's about, really. I'm trying to think, because we all we do is just like we're making the same matrices and we're pushing them to the GPU, and so I don't understand why when I'm moving it we lag. Like it's the same amount of work. I have no clue. Anyway, so this is going downwards. Actually, you know what I'm interested in? Does this, if I try to move this point, does it? Yeah, so I don't have, like, it only goes basically in a square, which I think is pretty fair. Like, I don't know if I need to really... Yeah, all of this makes me lag like crazy. I don't know why that is. I kind of want to profile it, to be honest. Kind of want to profile it to at least figure out what the lag is coming from. Because in my mind, this shouldn't be this laggy. Like the longer I have this menu open, for example, I get like encoding overloaded and all that. So I'm assuming that my CPU is like crying in the background, but I'm not sure what exactly the issue is. There's also a lot of text that I'm, debug text that I'm pushing, but yeah, not really sure what is going on. So I think maybe I'll just like set timers to kind of figure out what the... I had these timers that I did. I haven't really profiled in a long time, but I had these timers that I did. I don't remember how they work necessarily. But this was like the way you do it with SDL, I guess. Yeah, so I'm gonna put definitely have a function that does this. Oh, it just was in line here. Okay. I haven't touched this in forever. Okay, so that's going to be the SSBO upload, and we want to have a timer also for push test push battle log. I want to go in here, timer, push battle. Yeah, it's hard because we do all of this in a loop. So it's actually kind of hard to... Oh, also we have to print out, of course, all of the things. We aren't actually printing them out when we stop them. And this is going to be does it store that somewhere? Oh, it returns it. I see. Oh my gosh. But I thought it... Oh. What is this? Unit 64 too? Okay, there we go. That took me a second. Okay. So that's the master, and then I have to do... We have to go into here. God, how do I profile this? I remember that these timers themselves were actually CPU intensive, which is why I stopped profiling, because I realized that the timers themselves were fucking causing the lag too. If I have like just a few of them, it's fine, but going per element is going to be a problem, I think. So let's do this. Okay, so let's do this actually is only changing one, so it's fine. So let's do So we are going to make a timer first sort. Yeah, we can make a timer for all of them. Oh, whoops. Okay. So hopefully this is push battle log. I kind of want to. Yeah, so I only want to do it from here. The reason why is because I noticed, for whatever reason, with the SDL timer frequency thing, if you have them stacked on top of each other, if you have multiple timers kind of happening at the same time, they can fuck each other up. Let's also go all the way back to, yeah, here. Push first. Okay. Now I want to make sure that we're gonna also print out this. Okay. Okay. So hopefully that's all the profiling I need to do. Hopefully. I wonder if this is a problem, actually. Let me... Yeah. Let me make a timer. Let me make a timer that goes out here. I wonder if you do rand very, very often, if there's something with that. We can actually just test that very simply by just not doing this as well. Like, we just do this. Yeah, I have that with so many friends I've made over the years. Like, friends that I used to play, like, Counter-Strike with and blah, blah, blah. It's kind of crazy. I looked through my like, Steam friends list the other day. And I guess this is now a Steam's friends list that goes back... how many years? Like, maybe 14, 13 years or something. And man, it's like everybody has fucking kids now. It's kind of crazy. I was like looking through all of their profiles and stuff. Everybody is so old now. I'm old now. Undefined reference. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. You hate to see it. Can I just, like... Oh my god, dude. Just please work with me today. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. I mean, it's just... You just hate to see it. Let me go to my actual... This is gonna be a problem, isn't it? To be honest, dude, I feel like honestly we can probably just get away with moving them over if it's going to be a problem, which apparently it is. You hate to see it. Okay. But hold on. Oh, it's end timer. Oh. Why did it let me stop timer? What is this function? Oh. Oh. Yeah, I was so confused. It's actually just end. I don't know why it wasn't giving me errors. Hey, what's up? Nice to see ya. MSK. What's MSK? Is that Russia? Is that Russia? Yeah, I'm so dumb, actually. I'm so annoyed that didn't give me errors. I was like sitting here writing a function that doesn't even exist. Anyway, I'm profiling this UI stuff that I'm doing, if you're wondering what I'm working on right now. I just set up like a bunch of timers here, to see what we're working with, because there is some lag at some points for whatever reason. It's daytime. Yeah, well, it's about to be morning for me. It's 4:30 here. Yeah, I have to click UI change for whatever reason on this. So believe it or not, these are all different strings and it's pushing them down, but anyway. I'm trying to see, can I get it to lag again? Can you please start lagging, please? Please start lagging, please? Oh yeah, let's try to move this around. That's what was causing some lag before. Yep, lag. Lagging. Okay, so seems like SSBO upload is the most by far. Pushed first is also big. Okay, let's try to, so now that we have all these kind of ideas in our brain here of what they're supposed to look like, let's try to continue and get some regular ones. Okay, really not what I expected at all. It seems longer now. Do I use data-oriented entity component system? I have something similar to an entity component system. I don't like using components for stuff that don't necessarily need components for my purposes, but I have, for example, an NPC component with NPC data inside of it and stuff like that, and if I ever roll a proper physics component, then I'll have a physics component as well. So yeah, I definitely do. It's right now, I think it's just pretty much NPC components, and the rest of things that are components are kind of just still structs, right? I guess I also have in my UI system, I have some components, like the UI containers are components. Yeah, stuff, definitely some of that stuff. Right now it's just NPC component, right? Which has this sort of stuff inside of it. That's a component because in the kind of cache friendly way of looking at it, right? We loop over our NPC components sometimes, and that makes it useful, I guess. Anyway, this can have an X, but yeah, I'm not sure what's causing the lag. It's kind of hard to say. Like sometimes it's hard to say. I'm trying to get it to lag like it was before, but now it's not lagging. I wonder if it was Rand. Waiting. Come on. Give me something. Give me something good. Yeah, I'm not lagging now. Maybe it was just Rand that was lagging me. Suppose it's possible. Yeah, it's not lagging. It only lags when I move it. I'm not really sure why that is. Like, what are these hitches end up happening? Like, you see this? Boop, boop, boop. Those, like, hitches, random. I'm trying to see any numbers that like stand out to me. Yeah, I should probably profile the rest of the frame. Oh, this. Push first goes to 0.69, which is a lot more than 0.05. That's what it is right there. 0.69, that's huge. Push first. Okay, we have to take a look at that one. This one gets close. But mainly looking for stuff. Push first 1.06. That's insane. That's something like 20 times the length of it usually. Yeah, it's hard to find them, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what it is. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find them. We're just kind of scrolling here through a lot of bullshit, but yeah, here it is, push first, huge. It's always in the same spot. So, we have to look at what push first is. Add text box to draw buffer. Okay, let's do something here and let us try and isolate it, right? So let us get everything but this, and then let's make a new timer. And then let's just isolate completely the upload to the draw buffer. And let's take a look at that, okay? pretty sure that is what's getting us now. Okay, so inside of here, Realic. It should never be calling Realic though. It should never be calling Realic. If it's calling Realic, then this is fucked. But yeah, so Realic this is only being called when the buffer needs to be bigger, which it should never be resizing. But yeah. This should only be happening on initialization. All of our text boxes are slotted in to pre-allocated portions, okay? We do have memcopy that happens here. We do have memcopy. And we have a memset. What is the name of my keyboard? I built it myself. You can do exclamation point keyboard. I set that up recently to get the specs on it. Okay. I'm gonna guess that it isn't this Realic. I'm going to guess. Okay, so let's do this. Let's instead of doing this, let's just make a timer inside of here. It's gonna start here. It sounds so cool, thanks. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to printf iteration. And then we will make a timer. This has actually been very helpful for us to figure this out. Yeah. These functions in the middle here, all they do is they set different parts of our draw buffer to different amounts. This does a set for the actual bytes, and then this sets the rest of the buffer to 0, which is how we do it for text, because we don't want to be resizing our buffer, so we just allocate the maximum size for each text box. So end timer at, okay. And let's have okay, I gotta print that out. Yeah, I'm sorry, this probably isn't very riveting to watch me just, profile my own engine, but yeah, this is kind of what it takes sometimes. rather just, make a bunch of timers once and just get it right instead of just sitting here and like wondering what it is, I'd just rather just do it right the first time. And this is the convex timer. This what this does is it computes a convex hole for the text that we just worked on. So now we want to get rid of all the other timers, just aren't relevant for us right now, since we narrowed it down. So this is going to be pushed first. The upload doesn't matter. All that matters is this. And sort, paddle, sort. Text. This sort text. What the hell did I call that? Oh fuck. Oh, this is the wrong file. That's why. Sort text container. Just make sure that we don't have any of these sitting about, because we just want our clean output now. Also, what I want to do is I want to go to update rebuild, yeah, and let's just print just so that we get it clean. Just so that we get a clean output. Yeah, I kind of, if I had money, I would I'd definitely buy make a new keyboard. Like, I like this one, but I think that I could definitely make a better one. There's just a few things that annoy me about it. Okay, so let's try making it lag again. Try to get some hitches. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's try to look for... Fuck, I missed a new line. And it's cursed now. I think it's draw buffer set. See this 0, 0. 0.02. Why did the other timers stop here? I guess that was when we weren't pushing text. See, let's go to 0, 1, but definitely not conclusive. There's nothing really big that stands out. Yeah, I mean, this goes up to here, but then this goes up to here. Yeah, I wish there was something conclusive that I was getting out of this, but I don't think that there is. Maybe this peaks here. But definitely nothing that would add up to 1, you know? Fuck, man. Okay, let me try, try doing this and then restarting. God damn it. I mean, this opengl upload goes up, but I think that was just because I tabbed out, to be honest. Okay. It's hard because my fucking terminal is lagging, to be honest, but yeah. Hitch there, hitch there, hitch there, hitch there. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder why it stops doing. I wonder if that has to do with it. The opengl upload varies, right? Sometimes it's like 0.01 and sometimes it's 0.09. But That's not a big deal. Dude, I don't see anything. I just don't see it. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I think I get it. I think I get it now. I think I get it. It's this. It's this. That's the new line. Frame, this, and then this. Oh shit. Oh shit. I see what's happening. I see what's happening. It's this. So let's go to where we move UI. UI move transform UI element globals you oh yeah, that would be that would be why we're lagging. Because of this. UI change makes sense here, but yes, so this should not. The reason why we're lagging there is because I was calling UI change, globals UI change, which is a function that rebuilds the draw buffer from scratch, which is good for editing because we need that, but that's why we're lagging, because of that. So now we're able to, now we should just move this, yeah, and we don't lag at all. Okay, well, yeah, anyway, so that's what that was. Do I use Helix? Yes, I use Helix. Okay, so we're not lagging anymore. Okay, and the text is bouncing. That's satisfying. Anyway, now we can get rid of all of this profiling. How long was that? Was that like 30-40 minutes of me setting that up? That was fun. That was fun. You also use Helix? That's awesome. I don't meet a lot of people that use Helix, to be honest. I think it's super underrated. I really love it, to be honest. I don't know, it's Helix to me is like, it's super comfy, like compared to game. For me, it's just comfy. I don't know how to explain it. It's just I'm very comfortable when I'm using Helix. I don't know if that's stupid or that's how I describe it though. It's a very comfortable feeling, I guess. Anyway, so I can profile battle log. Yep, we did this. We did all of this now. So now it's this. This is going to be the last thing on our list. Test container scroll bar compatibility. But my typing emotions are not so fast. Not faster than me. I feel like I'm pretty slow. In fact, there was this guy that was in here the other day who was like, can you stop using the arrow keys? It's triggering me. And then I said something like snarky back to him about like, well, don't watch it, I guess. And then he was like, oh sheesh, and then I watched him dislike the stream and leave. But that's not the first time I've gotten that. I get people all the time that are like, oh please use GW, or you know, oh please don't you use the arrow keys too much, or God, you're so slow, it's triggering me, or I actually get that a lot in here. But yeah, I do get, sometimes I get people that are like, oh, you're so fast, and then I'm like, I feel like I'm slow. I've seen some people, and then they're just like type so fast and like move around so fast. Anyway, test container scroll bar compatibility, recompute max scroll scale for each frame. So the idea with this is that we have a scroll bar for the menu, and I want to be able to like scroll up and down the text boxes, if that makes sense. So yeah, I have to test the scroll bar compatibility. The issue I see with that is that basically, like, so when I scroll, I apply the transform to the box, right? However, those boxes, every frame that we push more data in, are basically recomputing that transform matrix. So it's going to be overwriting the scroll offset. Does that make sense? And so that's going to be a problem. A couple ways we can do it. We can separate the data. So we could have a scroll offset that's separate from the transform. That's kind of what I was doing. I have, if I can show it here on the UI container itself, I have a scroll offset, which is basically how far we are from the center. This is important because it makes sure that we don't drift or like accumulate our offset while we're scrolling, and so that we always come back to the correct place. The issue is that this offset, basically when I scroll, what did I call this? Scroll container. Obviously, we go in here. We are applying to E, which is any element or text box. We apply this position, which is we add to the scroll offset. However, what's going to happen next frame or during the frame is that we're going to overwrite this position with the position that's relative to the bottom or top of the text box of the container, which is how we're doing the battle log, basically. So it's always going to just snap right back. At least that's what I assume is going to happen. So I have to figure out how to not do that. Because what we're doing here is we're basically adding the text box's coordinate to the scroll offset. Maybe this will work, actually. Maybe this will work, because we're taking E base center, we're adding it to the scroll offset. You know what we should be doing instead of that? What we should be doing is we should be adding E translation and T translation. Let's see if this, because this translation is what we use to compose the matrix. So I wonder if this is just gonna work. Let's go to test push battle log, and let's go into here, and let's push, instead of a random string, what we want to do is let's push the UID of the box. So this will be box. That will help us keep track of which box is which. Actually, you know what's even better than this? Yeah, this is fine. This is fine, yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's just test this out. Also, something I wanted to do on the setup, it's called setup battle log container. I wanted us to, we should add onto our container child IDs container child ID count plus we want to stir copy into here the box ID. Okay. Yeah. If I can explain, our child IDs are different from these box children, because our child IDs has for a container both the IDs for its UI elements and its text boxes in one array. The reason for this is because sometimes we want to apply or we want to look and search for an element and not care if it's a text box or a UI element. And in that case, then we just look through the IDs. Hey, what's up, Sleepy? It is early for me. It's very early. We were just profiling our UI system. We already did all of this today, so we're making good progress. And right now, I am testing scroll bar functionality for the UI battle log. So right now I have this, basically it's a container that we push text into, and then it automatically moves upwards. So hopefully we can compile and show that off. So basically, like, my idea for the use case of this is I want it to be so when you get like shot, or when, you know, been up the entire night, did some dishes, that's great. I've spent a good chunk of my life as a dishwasher, so I hate doing my own dishes. But you know, that's the thing, is I love dishwashing in a kitchen, in like a, you know, in a restaurant kitchen. Everything is so clean, there's a smell to it. The burning sensation on your hands, it's very satisfying to me. But I hate it, at least here in this sink that I have at my parents' house, because it's just that the sink is never really completely clean, and it's just there's always not enough space. And anyway, I love the triple sink, huge industrial dishwashing stations. Uh, it's just having that amount of space, and I love washing dishes. And burning? Are you rocking with the bleach? No, I'm talking about in a restaurant. You have to have the water like extremely hot. I've worked in a restaurant where all the dishwashers wore like giant black like leather gloves to keep their hands from getting burned. That's how you do it in kitchens. It's like really, really hot water. And you get the sprayer and it sprays like super fast. Why do they all have a UID of 2? Oh, that makes sense. I think it's because we're always pushing it into the second one. Okay, whatever. Who cares? Okay, so let's make a element here. Let's make it scaled down. Let's change the angle. Make it a diamond. Actually, I wonder if... Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll figure that out when we get there. Let's change the color. I still have to toggle to change the color, but yeah. Let's make it a slider. And let's make it a slider length of 100 in the Y direction. Let's put a max val of 5 and a scroll scale of 20. And let's draw extents. Normal body of cold water and bleached soap. Yeah, I don't typically use bleach. Okay, so are we drawing extents or not? Yeah, if the UI change. Okay, draw extents isn't working for whatever reason. Also, I'm lagging quite a bit, which is weird. We're gonna ignore it for now. We did just profile this, so I don't know why it'd be lagging, but we are lagging quite a bit. Okay, so I wish draw extents worked. I don't know why that isn't working. Okay, so let's change the ID to this to scroll. And let's go to here, and let's go to change scroll bar to scroll. And let's see if this works at all. Oh, fuck. It's not. Because it's on the wrong layer. It's below the toggle render properties. We want the draw layer to be high so that we can click on it. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, see? Yeah. Alright, see you, Sleepy. That's what I was afraid. Seems I'm locking in. Yeah, I'm trying. It is 5 a.m. Huh. How do I fix this? Well, we probably have to figure out what the problem is first. I wonder if... yeah, it's probably just realigning to the bottom every time. You know what I could do? I could go into change label alignment and then move it based on the scroll scale and the scroll dir. and then just affect it from there. I think that that's what I'll do. Okay, unfortunately I do have to take a break here. The reason is that I need to clean out the coffee pot real quick, so that I can make coffee later, because everybody's about to wake up and go to work, so I have to do that. But I'll be back in like 5 minutes. My idea is to go to change label alignment, and then whenever we change the translation, to also maybe we just take, yeah, so this is E min plus translation, just taking into account plus we just say if E is container, and E container, UI container pointer container equals no, container equals E container. The reason I'm doing this right is because we're going to go E parent container, then container equals E parent container. You want an else here. If E parent container is container, you want to check this. If container, then we want to current min what is it? It's container scroll. I think that it's just pure scroll offsets. Effect to add. Is this it? I'm just going to test this out really quick, and if this isn't it, then I'm just going to take a break real quick. Well, either way, I'm going to take a break real quick. But yeah. As always, thanks for watching. We do have a Discord. Full of devs in it, if you want to hang out. Always love to see people post in there. Hey Arya. again. Okay, so now I have to fucking set this up again. We're just gonna do it quickly. To go to here, draw layer, direct slider. Oh, you're saying goodbye? Okay, bye. I hope you have a good day. Okay. Well, it's hard to it's hard to tell because you usually say hi that way. Hey, somebody, it's going well. I'm working on making this menu slide. This is actually text is being pushed into this and it's pushing downwards, even though you can't tell right now. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it scroll. So let's see if it is kind of buggy. It is also going in the wrong direction, and you want it to. Okay, so that does seem to work. Let's try -1. Try -1, and let's try moving it right here. Okay, that did not work. I kind of forget how this works, to be honest. Let's try -5. Try a scroll scale of 25. It is kind of funny to watch everything everything recorrect itself. Interesting. Yeah, so basically I think what's happening is that it takes a while for everything to stabilize to the new location. That's a cool effect, yeah. Maybe I should keep it, maybe, yeah. That's kind of the cool thing about making your own engine, is there's so much stuff in this engine that was just like random and like unintentional that I just get to keep, you know, that you wouldn't be able to make otherwise, you know. You can also get a similar effect right now if you go here and move it. You get this bouncing sort of, you see. It's pretty funny. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I kind of would like to know why it's happening though. Like, it seems to like go to I wonder why that is. Because I wonder why it doesn't go automatically. Right now what's happening is when I change the label alignment, which is what happens to the first text box, basically what we are pushing text to in the beginning, it goes by the scroll offset, right? And then when I sort text container upwards or downwards, so we change the label alignment for the bottom one, for the newest one, and then and then we shift everything else up by the height of the bottom one. So I'm not sure why it isn't just automatic. Also, I tried out Helix and it seems pretty good. I'm wondering if I could see how you set up your configuration. Sure. That would be config open. I copied this pretty much from a Reddit post. Some of it was my own, I guess. You can just copy whatever you see here. I will get rid of this. You can copy whatever you see here. Take a screenshot, whatever. I also have this at the bottom. But yeah, this was copied from some Reddit post. If you want my theme, you can do exclamation point theme. Or my font, you can do the same. Yeah, that's that. I hope you got that. Actually, I was gonna take a break anyway, so I'll just leave this on it, and I am going to be back in a second. I'm going to get some more coffee, and clean out the coffee pot because the people in my house need to have coffee when they wake up, and it's about 5:30, so I'll be back in like 5 to 8 minutes. Okay, sorry, I'm really taking my time. You don't need coffee, you need to sleep. Oh, but I woke up at this point. So, you know, I, I didn't go to, I slept and then I woke up. So, that is what it is. This is now my day, Okay, I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, I was cleaning the pot out anyway, so I just thought I'd make a new pot for them when they woke up, so. Okay, back. That took a while, sorry. I was making them a pot, which, it's a French press, so it's a whole ordeal. I remember when I used to play, like, WoW, for example, and I, would make myself coffee and be like, okay, we would be, like, lining up for a dungeon or something, and I would be like, oh, well, I will be right back in a couple minutes, and then I would be back in, like, 15 minutes, and everybody was, like, sitting around waiting. They'd be like, why? And then I was like, it's a fucking French press, It takes a minute, man. Anyway. I hope I'm still alive and that they didn't cut me off because I was AFK. I did lose a bunch of viewers, but it is what it is. Sorry, guys. I just don't like to, whatchamacallit, I don't like to end my stream when I need to leave for like 10-15 minutes, I like to just stay live. I prefer it. I don't like, having a bunch of random VODs just, like, sitting around. Rather, alright, I'm gonna play the good tracks off of, Ride the Lightning. AKA the first half, because the second half sucks and everybody knows it. Oh, I see. I see. So it's... Okay. So what's happening here, if I can explain it properly, is we iterate through our box counts, and what we're doing is we're just iterating, and we're taking this box's current y, and then we're just adding the height of the new box at the bottom. So what ends up happening is this, if we're sliding, right, that needs to come, that this needs to change. This needs to not be the current y. So I'm not sure how to do this. Because we have no clue what order they're in, right? Yeah, so we're just modifying the box's position, but the box's position isn't correct. So we either need to have like an ordered list of the boxes to move them all into place every time, or we just accept this as the reality. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So we could literally Q sort them. But Q sorting them every frame just seems like really bad. Like really, really, really bad. Oh, I know. I get it. I think I get it. We need to know. Fuck. We need to have a delta. We need to have a delta scroll offset. That's what we need. It's just the thing is, this is gonna accumulate. Actually, change. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, if I do that, then it's going to accumulate change into that. So I can't do that. Shit. This is more complicated than I thought. It's always the shit that you don't think that's going to be complicated ends up being a pain in the ass. Yeah, I can just try this just to basically prove it to myself, but yeah. I doubt that this is going to work. It's going to accumulate change into this axis. Hold on a second. What if I just... Does it matter if I scroll first before this function gets called in the frame or after? Like if I call it after, does it fix anything? I have no clue. Trying to think what the elegant solution is for this. There might just not be one. Actually, there probably is, but yeah, there is actually. Hold on. We need to get the bottom coordinate of this box. The absolute bottom. The absolute position of the bottom. Hold on. No, that's just a delta scroll offset. That's the same thing. It's just the same thing. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. If it's not that, then what is it? fuck, I was doing the wrong one. Fuck. I was trying the wrong one. God damn it. Fuck. Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea. have no clue what's going on. So basically I have these text boxes. I don't have it open right now, but yeah, I have these scrolling containers that hold text inside of them, right? And when we push in new text, it takes the oldest text box from the top and then moves it to the bottom, and then moves everything upwards by the height of that new text box, right? And then it fills that one with text, and then everything else moves up, right? The issue now is when I add a scroll bar to that, we are now basically it's like this rubber banding effect where our text takes a while to catch up to the scroll. I mean, see what I'm saying? So basically we're adding the height of this new text box, right? But it's not enough to make up for the fact that we're scrolling also, right? And so my idea was to add this delta scroll offset, but it doesn't seem to really be doing it, unfortunately. So it's a problem because our text boxes aren't ordered, right? So when we iterate through them, it's not like we're iterating through bottom to top, right? The reason why is because scroll delay then, it's pretty much scroll delay, right? But it's because the scroll is applied to this bottom, right? So the way I do it is when we change the alignment of the newest box, I add in the scroll offset of the container, right? To the bounds that we're aligning to. But unfortunately, everything else basically needs a while to catch up, since it's still only adding the height of the box itself. So yeah, it's kind of a tough one, even though it sounds like it would be something super simple to deal with. Yeah, I was making a lot of progress today. We did all of this, and now I'm kind of just like stuck. I could just keep it and move on, but yeah, it is kind of painful. I also am going to change my music because, yeah. So far as logical, maybe an optimization, as you know. Yeah, I mean, it's not like the end of the world. It's basically like when you scroll, it's like, I can show what it looks like, and then you can determine if it's a big deal or not, I guess. But yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just like it's like when you're scrolling, the text just kind of like rubber bands around, and then it eventually like aligns, and like it takes like a couple of seconds. But yeah, it's mainly annoying because it doesn't happen obviously at the top of the menu, but it happens on the lower portions, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, so this is all basically shifting down. We just don't have different text. But yeah, you can just imagine that that's working. But yeah, so if I make a slider, you can see what I'm talking about. So look, do you see that rubber banding? See how it goes back up. I think it looks cool. Yeah, I mean, it kind of does look cool, but I feel like it would be kind of hard to read. It disappears when it stops moving. Yeah, it's more annoying at the top of the menu because you can see it kind of rubber band around. I'm lucky. It is cool that it stops when it stops moving, you know? I just kind of wish at the bottom of the menu there was like a bit of a delay. But yeah, gives a retro feel to it, yeah. Maybe you're right about that. Honestly, wouldn't bother. Yeah. That's my problem with most things, is that I fucking get all wrapped up in these sorts of things. Anyway, yeah, this is all the children. Anyway, yeah. For some reason, this like starts lagging my computer. Thought the texture would get stuck for a longer while. That would be horrible. Yeah. I mean, it's not bad. It is noticeable when it's lagging. Like, that is quite bad when it's laggy. Yeah, I wonder why I'm lagging. Like, my frames drop really bad lately. And I went through and I profiled this completely, all the text box stuff. But see, now my frames are fine. So I don't know what it is. It's apparently like I get like, the UI starts lagging. I get encoding overloaded on my OBS when it happens. So I assume it's something CPU wise that's happening. The thing is, I'm only changing one text box a frame, right? I only stir copy into one text box, and we just move the rest up, right? And by moving them up, literally all I do on the CPU, as far as moving them up, is called transform text box, which literally just changes the position. We transform them on the GPU, not on the CPU. So it shouldn't be like, it's all done on the GPU right here. It's all done on the GPU here. So I don't know. I don't know what it is, why it's an issue, but yeah, I mean, I literally, all I do is I change this text box, and then we move it to the origin, we change the alignment, and then we just move everything else up by the height of that text box. Can I go check the GPU load? Yeah, it's kind of hard to check the GPU load. We have some timers that I could put on again. That might help us. Like, I have these timers that could help us, and I could have a timer for the GPU upload. I have a timer for that too, that I could. For me, it would have to be this, because I think without it, we don't have that lag ever happening. It'd be an interesting trick, might give you insight. Yeah. Let me go to where I push text. Yeah, so this is going to be yeah, so we have this, and then we're gonna have the upload. earlier I realized I was calling UI change, which is it rebuilds all of our draw buffers at some point, and that's what was causing the lag, but now I'm not really sure what's the issue. So I toggle it. See, this is also weird, why it's not already pre-allocated, why I have to press UI change for it to... Okay, so let's exit editor mode just to make sure. I thought I had a shit time this weekend because my boss doesn't know what GitHub is. Wait, what? How do you survive in the tech world without knowing what GitHub is? That's crazy. I'm not lagging, I'm not lagging. I am not lagging. So I sent the bastard a zip with changes on Friday, and since we have a bunch of zips, I sent him an old... Oh my god. That sucks. Okay, so I'm not lagging here. Maybe it's when I make a scroll bar, I guess, I don't know. Now I'm lagging. He just says he's old school. Wow. That's insane. Lagging so much that I can't even check the output. It's like my terminal hangs. Yeah, I can't imagine that. It's the same way I interned at this like engineering firm or whatever, and they just had everything in paper there. Like everything was paper. I couldn't imagine that. Yeah, I'm lagging so much that I can't use my fucking terminal, which is annoying. So I got into trading. Yeah, I tried trading, but I suck at it and lost so much money. This is a lot of time, by the way. I'm pretty sure that this is in milliseconds still, maybe? Like as in that this is 1 millisecond, but I'm not really sure. I should try and remember like what it is. But as you can see, all of these is 0.1, like all the way. It's pretty consistently 0.1 all the way back, 0.1 and under. And then once it gets close to when we started lagging, it hits 3. It's 3 second one. I don't know if it's 3 seconds, it might be 3 milliseconds, but then all of a sudden it starts going 0.9, and then 1, and then 3. Are you checking all of them per loop? No. This is every single one of them is a frame. This is a frame. One frame. But yeah, it sometimes does. So this is like 0.08, and then it goes to 0.7, like out of nowhere. Then 1. And then we started lagging, so let's try to continue. So now I'm not lagging again. Just studying a C certification course, and the legend is streaming C. Nice. Thanks for calling me a legend. I think a legend would be able to figure out why this bug is happening, but okay, can we lag, please? Lag. Hello? Lag me, please. It's hard to tell my terminal because it's like my terminal lags, so I can't even. This would be tabbing out. I can't check my terminal because it's going too fast. The tree looks nice, thanks. I don't know if it looks nice. It was kind of my pathetic attempt to trying it out. But what about all of them per frame? I'm not sure about that because see, I'm lagging now. This is lag. So let's see what. Show the ghosty terminal. This is ghosty. This is ghosty. This was during lag. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it might not even be this UI thing, actually. It might just be straight up my computer just being shit, to be honest. Like, I could try removing this and then us doing some tests. But yeah, I mean, it is true, like I am running the engine on the same GPU now that I'm streaming from, so that might have to do with it something, I guess. Yeah, like the 1 millisecond stutters are kind of bad, especially for this, because sure. Yeah, because that SSBO upload. I mean, to be honest, I am doing matrix multiplication here too. So I wonder how much of it is the subdata and how much is just this. Yeah. Yeah. There's also a bind buffer here. Anyway, let me go, and what we will do is we will just straight up not set up the thing. Let's just go to setup pedal log container, and let's just turn this to null. And then let me see if I can get us to lag without it. Is a full-blown linked list and search library from scratch and see a good Uber project for an internship application portfolio? Yeah. Linked list is huge. Linked list is huge. Oh well. God damn it. Okay. Well, we can't just comment that out apparently. Let's just get rid of this then. Just not even load it. Yeah, linked lists are huge. You know, like companies want to see that. So I think that's really a good project. Should also like talk about like the different types of linked lists. There are a few different types, I think. Okay, so we're gonna call UI change just because that's what we do. I'm gonna try to like just, apparently we lag when I'm in editor mode, I think, more often. Why can't I select that? Oh, because we're not toggled. Yeah, we're lagging. See? There it is. Yeah, it has nothing to do with it. It's just my computer being a piece of shit. You know what would probably be more, like, better to see would actually be, should look at my, like, computer, htop. Yep. I gonna like dox myself here if I do this? Kind of scared, but yeah. Yeah, it's funny because it's actually I think that the heaviest CPU is actually my audio processing. So I'm pretty sure that it has something to do with that, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm just like playing around with this, trying to figure out exactly. Yeah, it's funny because if you take a look at it, this is at the top, and this is here, and 20. I'm sitting at 20 CPU percentage. So this is killing me actually. So it has nothing to do with my engine. I think. Let's actually check the this GPU as well. Yeah, let's check the GPU as well. GPU is sitting at 83%. Am I allowed to do this? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I've convinced myself that it's just my computer being shit and not anything wrong with my engine. So let's just ignore it for now. You need to create a proper CV. Shit, using LibreOffice. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the best person to ask for advice on that because my CV has not been very successful. So I just used one of those templates and whatever. I think my CV is probably fine. It's just I don't have like a lot of, I don't know, internships or whatever, you know. I don't have a lot of that shit. You know, it's on my resume, me working at a bunch of restaurants, so I don't know. Maybe from the US. In the US, they filter by CS degree. Yeah, that's probably what it is, yeah. I mean, I don't have a CS degree, so that would make sense. Makes sense. I'm hoping that one day, my knight in shining armor just walks into this chat and says, "Sir, you seem like a stand-up gentleman who knows how to code in C. I would love to hire you." And I'll say to this person, "Oh my God, thanks for saving me." You know, And in this made up scenario, of course, I'm like very handsome, and I'm like really cool, and I have like a Bentley, and I've got like a full savings account and all that stuff, you know. And in Europe, if you're 20 and doing this, it's fine, but if you're older, you'll not reach a good salary fast. I'm 24. I'm not from US, and here that's not a big issue. No formal software education, soloing at home by myself. Yeah, I think it's just hard in America, especially, I mean, I don't live near a city, so I would have to get something remote, or I would have to relocate. And me relocating alone is probably a bad idea, you know, with my, bipolar issues. So I would have to find something remote, and, finding something remote and somebody to like trust me remote, me who's never had, here in Spain they pay you low wage at first as a junior. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't care about low wage as long as I was programming in C, but, or at least, I mean, programming, as long as I'm not programming websites, I don't really care what it is, I should be able to get a job, yeah, at a random place. Yeah, I mean, it's just, but it will be websites. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's like, it's so painful, dude. Like, it's not even that, like, the websites are painful. It's that, like, I would have to literally learn React. I'd have to make a website for myself as like a CV, and then I would have to like apply for those sorts of jobs using that website, like I would just be so fucking, like, I don't know. And I get that you have to work your way up or something, but I would just like rather, dude, like, I don't know. Not that hard to do. I wrote my first in 2 weeks of the job. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Internships needs JavaScript. Yeah, I mean, it's not even that big of an issue. It's just like, it's like to the point where like, I have like a proficiency in writing C. Like, I have a proficiency in this, and so I would need to like invest time into basically working myself down, you know what I mean? I would have to literally like invest time into learning something stupider, into learning something, into basically working myself into a lower position, it's just really frustrating to me. Startup hired me and gave me shit to work up, though. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I prefer to, like, if, it's not like I'm expecting to be a senior developer, but I feel like I've made enough stuff, that I should be able to, I don't know. I would love to like just like send my my portfolio, send my YouTube channel, send like literally all the stuff that I've done, and then people that would just like trust me, like that's what I would prefer, is like just like, instead of like working my way up, if I just like literally just like send all the shit that I've done in terms of like low level stuff, and just like maybe the right person just sees it and is like, oh, wow, this guy knows his stuff or whatever, you know? Because at this point, I've made like 40,000 lines of a game engine. I feel like learning JavaScript at this point, I would like feel like, you know, I don't know. I would, switching to Vulkan, like I don't know. I've worked so long on this engine. I want to make something with it. I think, to be honest, the advice that I've gotten from people is that I should finish something. I should finish something and have it like finished, because companies want to have that. Like, I've been looking at job applications to Rockstar, for example, and really the requirements are not crazy. The main requirement to apply to Rockstar is to have a published game under your belt, you know, to apply to be a game programmer at Rockstar. That's like the main requirement, is have work on a finished project, right? So I feel like that's kind of what I want to do, is just finish a project so that I have something to send to places. Because if I just send this, it's not finished, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I don't know. No stupid logical mistakes, like like my logical mistakes. I never have logical mistakes. I haven't had a logical mistake in a year. Not once. In all seriousness, though, like, I didn't start programming a game engine or programming anything because I wanted a job. I just did it, you know, because I felt like it, you know? But yeah. Your boss enjoys letting you know very quickly what you do wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know if maybe I just like put this off. Maybe I just put this off. I guess I don't know. I'll just put this off till later. It also sucks because I don't have like a lot of open source stuff up, you know? Thing is like 300 customers. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, I feel like most people, especially that come into this chat and stuff, are like, ask me like, how do I get a job? How do I get a job? And I just, you know, I just wanted to do this just because I like doing it, you know? I never really thought about getting a job with it, you know? But, I am in debt, you know? I am in debt. and I need to pay off that debt at some point. And, you know, I think honestly it would make me a lot happier if I was paying off that debt somehow, you know. And I don't want to work at another restaurant, you know, or, you know, I just would prefer to honestly do something a bit easier than work on my ass all day, you know. I would prefer, I think I have the skill set for it, you know, but I don't know. I don't know about like learning JavaScript just to work a job that I'm going to hate. I don't know if that's really what I want to do. You know, my pipe dream is that, you know, one day I'll just get famous sitting here and talking and yapping. But that's never gonna happen, you know. Fuck JavaScript, you're too young to need to push the gas. I mean, I guess I just have a lot of debt from school, you know. And so I've got debt collectors coming after me every day. So I kind of do need to find some way to support myself, to be honest. But for me, it's like, that's what I do, is like, I go live and I keep trying to do this, and I hope that one day it's gonna like pay off. But no, I'm talking about myself, yeah, you know. Like, I just have I quit my job like a while ago just because I was programming and wanted to program more. I was like, fuck this job, dude. But yeah, try to switch to Vulkan ASAP. Oh man, I don't know. The thing is, like, I don't know. Switching my entire engine to Vulkan would be impossible, you know. And so this would be 40,000 lines into like something that is just unfinished. And what, I'm supposed to spend another few months on an engine? I just would like to finish a project, you know. I think having something finished would be better than if I did it in a certain, you know, API, you know. I'd rather just have something finished, because at least for me, looking around at these like websites, it's like that's the main thing. It's like, send us something that you finished. And I think this is something that I can finish if I have time, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's what I do every day, is I kind of get up and I just code, you know. But yeah. But yeah, if you go here and you go to yeah, if you go to any of these like you know, companies, I'm looking at Rockstar Games right now. It says a degree, 5+ years, and 1 chip title. And so I'm thinking, if I'm skipping out on the degree and the 5 years, then I should at least have a ship title. I guess that's what I was thinking. I guess I'm not skipping out on 5 years because I've been programming for like 8, but Like, you know, I don't have 5 years of employment. Your degrees are a filter? Yeah, I know. It's like, it's hard. Got my job through family and a friend. Yeah, it's hard, to be honest. It's hard. I do kind of imagine, though, like, my plan right now is that if I just, like, keep working on this and eventually, like, work on something like a game with this engine and etc., etc., hopefully I'll just find the right people, you know? I'm thinking of, like, other, you know, recent indie developers. Like, a big one is David Szymanski. And thank you for your vote of encouragement there. But David Szymanski, by the way, is the creator of Dusk and Iron Lung, you know? He's just a solo dev, you know, that just kept on working on stuff, you know, until eventually it just found the right ears, you know? And now he put out Dusk with New Blood, you know? He's become like this, you know? And I know that that doesn't necessarily happen to everybody, but I do think that that's... Ideally, you'd find a job at an indie studio. But they also do Vulkan. Yeah, I mean, it's not like Vulkan at the end of the day, like, is like, I don't know. I think that if I can prove that I can write a game engine in OpenGL, I feel like it's pretty, all the understanding of the graphics and the asset pipeline, etc. is all, it's all like the same in Vulkan. Like, it's not, I mean, the pipeline is different, the names of things are different, the structure is different, right? But I understand, like, you know, how things go, but, you know. Alright, peace out, Langtons. Good luck on that interview. That .NET interview. You will not fuck it up. You are smart. I know you're smart. Okay. So back to what I was working on. Yeah, so now it's just this stuff. Yeah, I wanted to make the menu for the items and the attacks as well. So I'm gonna need... Peace out, Links. It's thank you. You too. Yeah, so gotta set up callback hooks for all of that stuff, I guess. Figure out how that's gonna work. How was I doing this? This attack moveset drop down. It attached itself to a component using... Oh, right, using the component ID. I see. Were you aware of the past trading wave of madness when everybody wanted to be an asshole and a day trader? I tried it briefly when when the whole GameStop thing was first happening a few years ago. I like got a Robinhood or whatever, and I was trying to I was going for like random medical stocks, because I was like medical products. But yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to. I only lost money on it because I was mainly doing options. I don't know. I'm like really bad with gambling, you know. Like when I went through this breakup, I just like bought like hundreds of dollars worth of scratch cards. I knew too many people that wanted to do this. Interesting. To be honest, I don't. Most of my friends are like artists, so I don't. All of them hate traders. To be honest, they became complete assholes. Just like Andrew Tate followers, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't have a lot of friends that would be into Andrew Tate. Fortunately, I try to stay away from them. You mainly find those types of people at pubs. You know, you can smell them a mile away. They will come up to you and tell you, you know, what they think about women. I've known quite a few in my time, and most of them I've met in pubs. This is one time when I went to this pub, and there was this guy there, and I started talking to him, just because that's what I do at pubs, is, you know, you just go up to people and you start talking to them, and it turns out that he was like this divorced dad, you know, and he was very depressed, and I wasn't really, you know, ready to talk about his divorce, but he was. And then these women come in, and he like wanted to like wingman me, and so he like brought them over, and he said that he was going to buy them drinks. And so they sit down, and he gets some drinks, and he starts talking about how he wishes that women were sex slaves. And how he thinks it's awesome that we have robots now, because he wants a robot sex slave. And yeah, man, that was like the worst night of my life, man. That was the worst. Yeah, he was heavily into coke as well. He at the end of the night, he like tried to win me back by like saying, "Oh, you're gonna love my daughter. You're gonna love my daughter. I'll give her your number. What's your number?" And I was like, "Dude, listen, you've already fucked up my night so bad." It's actually funny because I like, once he started saying that shit, I like went over to the girls and I was like, "Listen, I don't know this guy. I just kind of came here and sat down." And then they were like, "Oh no, you're cool," you know. And they added me on Instagram or whatever, you know. So it was fine. But yeah. I've had a few incidents like that with the divorced dads of the pubs, you know. Not many people even have friends like this at cinema. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to me. Like, I just don't understand like where it even comes from. Like, why would you, why? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. It's so weird. It's just so weird because they're obviously like not getting it. It's not like they get girls out of it, you know. Like, that's not how it works. At least I'm pretty sure, right? I don't know. I don't know. The way I think of it is like, you know, I think that they probably were like wounded at some point. And I know many who get them yet have this mindset. Interesting. I mean, I've gone through my fair share of heartbreak, and I've never like, you know, hated women because of it, but, you know, I don't know. it's always my fault when relationships didn't work. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely also definitely have the same feeling. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely my bad. I've observed it to be the worst thing you can do because you end up like those people. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely was all my bad. I know that for sure. Definitely my bad. Definitely my bad. I kind of wish I could cope, to be honest. You know, I think I would be maybe a bit happier if I could cope. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to cope when you're intelligent. Yeah, let me tell you, man. I know how much of a fucking asshole I am, you know? I don't think I'm an asshole, but I'm well aware of how much kind of pain I have caused, you know? So, I don't like sit around and play the victim about it, at least, but yeah, I mean, it does kind of make it hard, I think, to continue being social with people, you know what I mean? I don't really, you know, I'm aloof now, you know, like I don't really trust people, you know. So, yeah. We grow up trusting everything and then we learn how to trust. It's normal. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I mean, it's not like that I don't see bad intentions. I just see, I don't know. I just, yeah, fall in a balance. Yeah. Yeah, I hope I find that someday. I wonder if I should be stir copying this every frame or what. Yeah, this is just called on setup, so. Yeah, I think it was just a bigger kind of red flag when I was younger. I just didn't really, think about it at all. I just kind of, followed my feelings or whatever all over the place. Just didn't really think about it that much. But yeah, maybe that's just what growing up is. It's learning to, not really. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of hate it about myself. I hate that I still seek like kind of validation, right? Like I like still like seek kind of like forgiveness. That's like my worst kind of issue with myself, right? Is that I like, instead of like, getting that from myself, and forgiving myself, I like, that's my biggest issue, right? Is that I still kind of like seek that from other people, and I recognize it all the time, that that's what I'm doing, you know. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's healthy. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of just a cope, you know. I think it's a cope in some way, you know. I just don't think that I've really, came to terms with it myself. The whole 9 yards of everything that happened. I don't know if I ever will, but I think it is normal. But yeah, I've done a lot of crazy shit in my life. Yeah. Yeah, I think the whole understanding thing is like big, because the understanding something isn't like something that can really be put into words. It's something that, it's a process that takes a long time. Good health and happiness. Yeah. I hope that's what I'm going for. Programming makes me happy, that's for sure. I think I'm doing this correct. The problem is that this is just setting up the attack list and not actually. It's only called on creation. Actually, this is fine because we can. Yeah. Definition callback. And call this. Okay, what I should be doing here instead is we should just allocate like a max of 50 text boxes for this. I'm pretty sure that's what we want to do. Instead of what we're doing right now, we should do this. Um, yeah, this is fine. We need to get the menu. Oh yeah, I set up a template for this. That's how I did it. Right, because I guess the idea is that you have these templates that that you basically pre-make for all of your text boxes for a certain menu. You just put the template here, and then this just doesn't ever change. It's just like the style for all of your text boxes. Yeah, I think 0.5 is way too big. I think 0.15 might be good. Yeah, the other thing is that you kind of want to change this template during runtime, maybe. It might have to end up being like a component of the UI container, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay, so container box, box count. Yeah, all of this looks good. Yeah, Yeah, I didn't actually. Yeah, it's kind of pointless to do this on setup, because on setup we're probably not even going to have this data ready. So it's better to just do this during setup and then have that separate. I think it's also better to do this. Like, honestly, all of this is like, just like, I'm pretty much just copying the exact same function, aren't I? Yeah, I pretty much am. That should probably not be a thing, but yeah. Basically, all of this asserts that we have the things that we need. Because we don't want to early return out here. We want to kind of set it up and have it finished. Okay. Okay, so we set up our text boxes. Now, how do I push text into them? We haven't really figured that out, to be honest. Like, I think that it just ends up being this, and then you just push text into it the same way that you push text into the other thing. Like, you just have an action callback for this. Honestly, maybe you don't want this to be an action. Oh no, you do want it to be an action because it's on the it's on the container, so it makes sense for it to be an action. This can be upwards, and then we want this one to go downwards because it makes more sense. you kind of want all of those text boxes to have an action callback, so that when you click on it, it selects it. And so that's what I'll do now, is I'll make a callback for the actual text. I'm going to call it attack text. Attack list text. And we'll make a function for it. And this is going to be for a text box. When you click a text box, so we're going to cast it to text box. Select. What you kind of want is a generic select here, but I feel like it's much simpler for it to just be a select. Yeah, I wonder how you make this generic. We could technically store this, right? Police coming for me, or was there a siren? I have my window open. Select attack. I kind of want this to. Yeah, it's. Yeah, I mean, it's hard because what I could do is I could just, like, literally. I would have to malloc the string somewhere, which I don't want to do. I do not want to have to fucking allocate a string to select it. Basically putting it somewhere so that I can grab it, the selected attack, from the other place. If I don't do that, then what I literally have to do is I have to, like, what I would have to do is, it doesn't, yeah, I have a component ID here, right, and then this is just going to send it to a component, which is kind of what the idea was. It's just kind of not as generic as I wanted it to be, you know, because you're gonna have to basically, you know, loop through your components, and then you're gonna send the data to the component. You're just gonna go through our NPC components, and then you're just gonna match on component ID, which is kind of the design I wanted, but I don't know. It's annoying because it has to. It's annoying because it has to. It has to know what it's going to. It has to know if it's an attack or a spell or whatever. It has to know. And I usually have this, like, this is where I'm like my worst enemy, because, you know, like, I optimize, over optimize, you know what I mean? Like, I'll sit here and I'll make a system that, you know, a mailbox system for this component to have a generic, it gets data and then it picks it up or whatever. And I'll just sit here and I'll optimize this for, like, you know, years. When in fact I should have just made a select attack, you know, and it should not be that complicated. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's one thing that this project has taught me, is that sometimes the most efficient way to do what you want to do is to not make everything generic, and, you know, is to just code a select attack, you know. You don't have to make this, you know, insane infrastructure where you know, it's not like the engine has to be some living organism where we're passing fucking data around and grabbing it. And, you know, it's like, it doesn't need to be that. Sometimes you gotta, exactly. Sometimes the most efficient way, because I'll sit here and I'll make this entire system and then I'll realize later, oh, it's actually slower. It's actually slower than if I just did it this way, you know? Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I've had that experience so far with this project where it's just like, you know, I've just gone back and I've changed things and I've said, okay, well, there was no need for me to do that, you know? I could have made it so much simpler. I honestly have probably a month on this project just spent on code that was just useless, at least a month so far. Okay, so matching on ID. And the way I was doing this, right, was the component attack selection. So this attack selection, by the way, this was already over engineered. This attack selection, by the way, is a callback with a function that stores a pointer to the box, to the container, and then grabs it with a callback. Isn't that fucking crazy already? That's what my design for this was, by the way. Now I'm remembering this. So this NPC component has a selection callback for all of these different things. And the selection callback has a get function and a bind function and a selection value. So it has a callback function that dereferences a pointer to whatever holds the current selection when we need to grab it. So when we press cast attack, this dereferences a pointer to the container that would hold the selected attack. instead of just grabbing it normally. Yeah, because that's what I do. I overcomplicate things because, you know, yeah. Classic. The idea was that every, like, NPC component could own their own menu, right? Like in some, because my idea for the combat system for this game is that you're controlling 4 different characters, right? And so the camera is going to switch around, the menus are going to have to switch around, so the menus are all going to have different attacks and different data, right? And so my idea was to kind of make them separate. And so instead of just like refilling a menu with new data every time, instead we just basically swap out menus. That was my idea behind it, right? Was that instead of doing that during runtime, you basically have all these callback hooks already, so that NPC X has these attacks and they go to this menu, you know? And that's more efficient, right? In my eyes, because you don't have to keep on changing stuff when you change a menu, right? That's all done, pre-allocated, pre-figured out. And so that's why I designed it like this, right? Was because an NPC component has callbacks to get their data, and so we don't spend time figuring that out during runtime. But, now I'm kind of thinking like, okay, but what happens when we select an attack? That has to happen from the NPC component side or the menu side? It has to happen from the menu side, because we're clicking a text box. So yeah. So yeah. So my like stupid idea, right, was that your box basically goes into action maybe, and then goes to val. No, this was the idea. The idea was that we go to the component and we set the attack selection dot value dot pointer equals this box. And then we basically ping pong it. So when we click on a box, we fill the attack selection pointer. And so that goes to a specific component that then later, when it uses it, it has a pointer now. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but basically it's saying, here, I'm the currently selected text box. Use me when you're going to use me, you know? It kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. Yeah, I should make a better enum here, because this is obviously a text box. Which is going to be a pretty common value type. And the idea is that this text box is going to, you know, own the string, right, that it needs for the attack. I guess I could give it a pointer straight to the string, which makes sense. Okay, so now I have to figure out the NPC component time. It's going to be void use attack. And then I guess my idea for this is this is going to be a UI element. It's going to be a UI element that is basically the use attack button, right? And so this is going to also search for the NPC component. I should make this a function. I should really do that. I'm going to do that in a sec, but it's going to search for the NPC component, okay, by the our component ID. It's going to match on the component, and then it will use attack with the component's attack selection dot value dot pointer. It's going to match on all of its attacks, right? So the component's attack count. Keeping it in strings just makes things a lot easier for us. We can make this like ID based later, like in terms of, you know, working with numbers instead. But yeah, I think that this is just much simpler to hook up now. So we're just gonna have another string compare here against this direct pointer, and the we don't want to dereference this straight up, by the way. We want to go if we want to check this attack selection dot value dot type is cell val type string, just in case we want to change it later. Then we are going to string compare it against the component attacks. Passing attack. Oh yeah. Dot ID. Okay. I know that this nesting is it's funny. It's a bit of a funny nesting situation, we know. Okay. So if we find a match, then we cast attack. And that's gonna be like whatever function we want to use there. But yeah, so this is what's going to go to the button that uses an attack, and then this is what happens when we click the text box to select it. So it does make sense, right? So basically when we click on the text box, it tells the component this is what you have selected, so that when the component uses the attack, it knows where to get the data, right? It makes sense, and it's efficient. It is efficient. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so we're gonna make two new action callbacks called attack select attack. And this is going to be use attack, and this is going to use attack. True. We want to bind ourself. What bind self means is that we pass ourselves to the function. At least I think that that's what it is. Wait, actually, let me make sure that that's the case. Handle UI events. How do I do this? Action. Where's the code for this is the question. have this somewhere. Yes, here. We always pass the data. So if I bind self, I'll retrieve. Yeah, so when I resolve it, if bind function and bind self, if bind self data equals t. Okay, fine. Yeah, so that's fine. I'm just checking if I bind myself correctly or if I malloc something or what, so that's fine. So we want to put true there. I also want to put true here as well, because that'll tell us what to pass. Okay. So now it's good because you have this on a text box. Okay. So that's that. Select an attack and we use the attack. That sounds good to me. We set up the stuff. The question is, how do I think we need to make a function, right? Yeah, I think this sucks, but I think we need another callback type. I think we need a callback type that happens on toggle of a menu. That just happens once on toggle. Because I want to populate a menu full of attacks, full of a character's current attacks. And that's going to need to happen on toggle, right, for the menu. Yeah. And I don't have anything that happens on toggle yet. That used to be the setup, the definition callbacks. That's what it used to be. It used to be on toggle. But then I realized that was way too inefficient. And so I made it a separate thing. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, having another callback sucks though. But yeah, I mean, it kind of does have to happen if I want to stay, if I want to stay general. If I want to stay general, it's gonna have to happen. Yeah, so that's what this used to be. But yeah, this is a setup callback that initializes elements during init. And then we need a toggle callback. I mean, this is gonna be such a pain in the ass, actually. Yeah. I wish I could just make a different callback type and not have to deal with all the boilerplate again. Holy shit. Such a pain in the ass, to be honest. Yeah, this was my idea for this name thing so that it knows where it's going, but it's pointless. It's really pointless. The int choice, I think there was a reason for it. I think the choice was so that you could have like a selected thing. So if this was a setup for like a container with elements, our currently selected one would go into choice. And then the choice would be what we grab later. But I think it's better to just grab the string itself, to be honest, so I don't see a point in that. But I guess we can keep it just to keep it for now. I don't really know if we need a destroy function. But I'll keep that. It's just a level of annoyance, like with the boilerplate that I have to deal with now, because yeah, it's just kind of fucked, to be honest. Poops. Then I have these in an array. Yeah. I hate this. I hate this, by the way. I really do. It is what it is. But yeah, it does kind of sting, you know? What? Oh. Fuck. Okay, I think after this, we're done. If I didn't fuck this up somewhere. Okay. Okay. A good way to check this is just to go here and then check we have our toggle callback at everywhere. Okay, so we need to do this. We need to do that. We need to do it when we resolve it. We also need to do it when we save. Okay. Oh, it's raining. Do you hear that? Maybe not. It's raining pretty hard, actually. You're missing out. Yeah, it's just like old times with the rain. Man, I kind of miss streaming outside. It's kind of fun. Oh my god, I have to write this too. Holy fucking shit. Ah, pain. Alright, better get it over with. Yeah, we're just gonna go and shoot it one by one. Okay, no, we aren't. Hold on. Def buffer change to toggle buffer. We have to do that. Let's not even worry about that right now. Okay, this looks fine. I'm just gonna add this here before I forget. Okay, quite an annoying refactor this was, but it's alright. It's a-okay. I love refactoring. It's cool. Cope, 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 cope. Talk about cope. This needs to go everywhere def flags is. Okay, that should be it. That should be it. Okay, so now I have to go to our save and serialize it as well. Oh, I'm missing one here. I'm missing the one for UI elements. I have the one for text boxes, but not. It's literally the same. Okay, now we have to go to the save and save it as well. Oh, it wasn't even saving the definition here. Ah. See? Look at us. Oh man, and we are finally done. Should get some rest actually. Why? Me resting wouldn't make good content. I'm a content machine. In all seriousness though, I just kinda can't sleep, so I'd rather work. Okay, so the toggle callback is going to have an idea of populate attacks. So this is going to be this is the template here, and then this is the one that's actually going to grab the data. look obsessed? You can't see me though. How do I look so obsessed if you can't see me? We also have to check the string length of L component ID. Very true. You feel it. Okay, well. I should have seen it earlier. We were talking about our feelings a lot, actually. You know, talking a lot about feelings. Obsession is better than just being fucking bored, don't you think? Would you rather me be bored? Yeah, this music isn't doing it for me right now. It's not doing it for me. What do I want to listen to? Oh man, I don't know what I want to listen to. Oh, I'll put on White Noise Superstar. That's what I'll put on. If I can find the good version of it. There we go. Okay. So our text box count is going to be, okay, yeah, so we need the okay, so we're pushing an update to the draw buffer for each box to the component attack count. I is less than text box count. Yeah, this looks all good to me. What we can assert actually is we can assert that we want to store copy into box action dot ID. Actually, let's do this. I want this to be. What did I call this? Select attack. That's what I called it. Okay, and then we want to resolve text box callbacks. Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to just, what we should do here is, honestly, what we should do is, we have a callback. It's a action callback. Select attack equals find retrieve attack callback. Oh, it needs to be in the header file. Retrieve action callback. I'm just gonna put it here. Fuck it. And it's going to be select attack if return. And so instead of resolving this in real time, what we're going to do is we will set box action equals select attack. I think so. I think that's fine. Yeah, we need to actually call resolve action callback, believe it or not. I think that's what we need to call. So that's what we'll do. So that way we're saving some time here. We're going just once in a frame. We search and then we just resolve a bunch of times instead of searching a billion times. Okay, so when we populate, we also make sure that we are setting this up. We also want to do it here, I think, in my opinion. I want to also do it here. Okay. Okay. Let's just do this. Just have that there. Okay. Let's just make it a... Do I have this? No. I have max spells, which was... Honestly, I think max spells was a fucking huge number, wasn't it? 640, yeah. Really, you're not gonna ever have 640. We should make this 100, first of all. Okay, so we have some callbacks to use now. Populate attack list. Okay. Okay, so we will select an attack from the text box. Then we put it inside of the attack selection value pointer. Then when we click use attack, we cast attack. Let's just print out to make sure that the chain is working. let's just do the same thing that we did with the items. Oh, we do have attacks. We do. Okay, I think we might be ready to send it. I don't know. If I have a setup function, do I call this? No, I don't think I do. Okay, so I need to go into our def buffer. I'm gonna go down to here. We're gonna change def. Resolve def callback, but we also want to call if def dot setup function. And call def dot setup function with def. Yeah, that's fine. What else to do for this? So if read toggle.fm, I want to call. Oh, actually, we won't only want to call that on toggle, but we have to do that. So toggle new. We were already doing this, but this was for setup functions. Toggle. Oh fuck, I fucked up. The idea is that we want to have functions that destroy it as well as set it up. Okay. Okay. I wonder if this is working. We can test if it is. Okay, let's see if this works. How do we even test this? Okay, so combat. Call UI change, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna make a new element. Yeah, moving the points calls UI change, which changes a lot of things, so this is going to lag a little bit, I think. Okay. Oh, I forgot that these are the wrong fucking size, actually. Holy shit, that's so bad. It's actually so bad. Okay, if I call save menu, how fucked are we? How fucked are we? Okay, we're actually fine, I think. We're actually fine. Okay, so for the definition ID, what did I call this? God, my computer is lagging a lot right now. Okay, it's going to be attack list. Honestly, I should have called it attack list container, but it is what it is. Okay, we change it to attack list. So there are invisible things here, probably, to populate attack list. Fuck. You know, I didn't actually make them visible is the problem. I think I didn't make the text boxes visible, which is kind of the important thing. Okay, well, let's save it, and then let's fix that. let's go to where we toggle. Populated tag list. Oh wait, no, but it should automatically. It should toggle them though. Maybe maybe I need a, maybe I need to move them. Oh, I don't think I called UI change, did I? It's probably true I didn't call UI change. I still need to sort them though. I need to move into place. Change label alignment is what we will use. Element with this top box, and we will align it to, what is it? Align top center. Then we will determine text box dimensions for this top box. Float width, height. Oh. You know, when we add text box to draw buffer, should be setting the width and the height. We should set the width and the height here. We should be doing this within add text box to draw buffer. I don't think we do. Okay, I'm just making sure that these are correct. Why is the UI situation crazy? It's just, you know, it was a funny title, you know, because it's like YouTube drama the UI situation is crazy, it's a joke. Um, should really be moving them to origin just once. Yeah, moving them to origin, all of them is kind of incredible. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I like this necessarily. Actually, yeah. Here's what we do. Just translates. Transform text box. That's what it is. Transform the current box, and the position is going to be the top box x, or translation x, and the top box, or we're just going to have height as a rolling thing. Actually, yeah, how do I do that? Hold on, let me do... Yeah, so I'm not sure this height is gonna have to change as we go along. Yeah, so I think we do height divided by 2 plus the top box translation dot y, since it's going to be in the middle. And what we want to do is we want to go to the middle of our current box. So this is going to be current box height divided by 2 plus our current height, I think. And then we want to go height plus equals the current box height. Yeah. No. Hold on. height divided by 2. Yeah. The top box height divided by 2 plus the translation gets us the bottom of that box. Then we add half to that. Then we add half to get the bottom of the next box. Then we add half to get the... Yeah. I think so. Hopefully I'm not doing that dumb. Okay. And I believe it's plus to go down. I think it's plus to go down and minus to go up, if I remember correctly. Actually, yeah, I think that this was going downwards, so this is fine to add. Okay. Let's make sure that top box is dirty. True. And we want all of our current boxes is dirty. That's true. Okay, let's give this a shot. Oh, it doesn't have a component ID. Does have the component ID now. So I'm not sure why we aren't getting any. I don't see any text boxes here, but we do have them. Apparently we have 99. There should only be 50. I hope that I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. fairly sure that I fucked up somewhere. Let's just set it to that, just to make sure. Oh no, we're going to max attacks, that's correct. Oh, did I? Oh. Did I? I did call this select attack. pretty sure it has to be in a populated attack list. It's a problem. If I had to guess, this is where the issue is. If I had to guess. I wonder if there's an early return here. Rim. Yeah, you know what, that's a good point. I should have moved them all to the origin when I set up. Because I do it when I set up Battle Loop. Or no, don't we? I think we do that in create new text box. It's fine. Okay, like I should have really gotten rid of that. These fucking printouts. I just say frame. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Fucking. So we're not calling the function. Calling the function. So it should be calling this. I don't see this at all. Huh. Okay. Did I do this wrong? Oh. It didn't save its toggle. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Okay. that's what it was. There. That's it right there. Copy and paste problem. Fuck. Go down here and find this. We have retrieve and we have resolve here. Let me make sure that also that this is also a copy and paste problem. Okay, so populate attack list. I'm just gonna write straight into the JSON. Just gonna write straight into the JSON. Why is Jason named Jason? Was it made by somebody named Jason? What do you think? Probably. That's probably why. Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on. So this is, it's toggling now, it's just done. Okay. Fuck me, I guess. Yeah, I have no clue. Maybe there's something that I'm not seeing here. Yeah, I wonder what the draw start is like. And if we're like good to go, you know. Like we should already have room in the draw buffer. But yeah. They all have the same draw start. They all have the same draw start. That's the issue right there. If I call UI change, do they still have the same draw start is the question. Yeah, now they get different draw starts. I'm pretty sure that this is just off screen though. It's 402. Kinda wish I could see. I don't really have a way to, well, we can see with min. I know this is not actually going to give us, I'm trying to figure out any way that I could get a relative thing here, but yeah. These all seem to have like text in it. Like it seems to be correct. These, because they only go by a little bit. They shift down. We aren't even masked, too. Yeah, the next thing that I would want to check, to be honest, is what is the relative, like what are we adding, what Y are we adding at when we push test push battle log? Like when we sort sort text container. What is the get rid of this. Pretty sure it's the sort text downwards or upwards, I can't remember. No, it's definitely downwards that we were doing. So let's like print out. I want to get the relative first. Where we send the first one to, just so that I know that the where we're sending the other one to is bad, I think. Like pretty sure that we're not sending it to the right place. Hey, what's up, Kiel? How are you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, so I think that so that will tell us like the ballpark, right? Of where we're going to. You know what I just realized actually? That our newest box here gets translated itself. So what we should be doing is if box equals newest box, continue. Okay, that's an easy fix. Okay, so this will tell me kind of like ballpark. I'm pretty sure that this is off of the screen, is 402. If I had to guess, I'm not entirely sure if it is, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, if it's not that, then I don't really know. Okay, so what are we sending it to? Oh god, it was the other way. Oh my god, I think it was the other one. That's the worst feeling in the world. Really, it's this one. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, just all I want to see is where this box is in coordinate space, so that I know what I want to know what the relative like y is, because it should be, what should it be? It should be 27 translation y. Huh, maybe that is fine actually, I don't know. Huh. Yeah, this is fine. I wonder why this isn't going upwards. No. What did I do here? box translation y plus new height. Oh, it's supposed to go minus new height, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so it was all going downwards instead of upwards. Okay, so now that we know that this is actually a correct coordinate, yeah, I'm lost in that this other menu, why it's not showing up. Populate attack list. This is very confusing to me. Yeah, I almost wonder if we go to rebuild UI and text draw buffers, if we're allocating enough space for this. Because the max UI elements times goals that menu count. I think that this should be always enough. Max UI elements times 6 times max characters times text for text times. Max UI elements is how much? How much is this? This is 1,000. Should definitely have enough. 1,000 is definitely enough. Because we're at UID 100 to 200. So we should definitely have enough, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so my next thing is, I guess we can check the visibility when we toggle, or when we send it to the GPU. I guess we can check, we can check this, I guess. Like, pretty sure that it isn't getting masked because we don't have that toggled. Don't have it toggled. Huh, okay. Well, we can check if it's visible, I guess. But yeah, it's just gonna give us so much printout, like if we go check that, you know. I've already checked that there is text. We've checked that the draw start makes sense. We've checked the UID. I guess we can check specifically for if there's any like early returns out here, like this or something like this, then maybe it's getting early returned out. But there definitely is display text. 100% is. So yeah, any early returns from this function I need to check all these pointers. I think this stuff is still good to keep in mind. Okay. Actually, hold on a second. No, this is fine. Alright, let me see what this says. Gotta be missing something pretty dumb here. Taking the top box, translation y plus half of the height. Yeah, all of that looks good. I'm just reading through it. Seems good to me. Actually, hold on a second. When we add it to the draw buffer, change. Here's why I'm going to start y. Huh. Why are we only iterating through 98 and not 100? Because when I toggle, hold on a second. Okay, so that gives us something to look at, I guess. So we're either not setting our boxes to dirty or we don't have the text box count. Correct. So setup. This other setup function that I just made. Setup attack list. This creates new text boxes for all of this. It definitely does because we get the IDs. We definitely get the IDs. But we're not getting the UIDs here. I mean, to be fair, we're, you know. Yeah, I mean, the other menu changes every single frame. So that's why I'm trying to scroll up and see if we ever get anything different. But yeah, I only see this. I mean, we could confirm it by literally only printing out by this. It's strange because we know that they have the correct UIDs. Is it in the correct menu? Has to be. Menu combat. Huh. Yeah. Man, this is a bummer. What is happening here? Set up attack list. Template.menu ID equals menu name. We wouldn't be getting past here if we didn't have a menu. So definitely get a menu. And the translation is this translation element width 200 height. Let's try without this callback. Yeah, I don't know. Could literally printf the text box count going in and the text box count going out and make sure that it increments. Even though this seems like a bit dumb. But yeah. Yeah, let's just see it coming out and then make sure that it increments. L is correct, right? L is correct. I'm sure that there's something stupid that I'm missing. No, we are getting it. No, these are all visible. The fucking annoying thing is that these have the same draw start. Like, why? Like, I know that if I click, for instance, UI change here, they're gonna have a different draw start now. But I have to retoggle it, and they'll have a different draw start. But see, they have different draw starts now. But why don't they start off with different draw starts? Like, what? very, very annoying. Let me go to I'm trying to tab over to my thing, but it's lagging. Definitely allocate enough data. This times max UI elements. Yeah. Then we go through max UI elements here. Very difficult. Current text offset. Yeah, I mean, this is so annoying. Let me go to where I call the setup functions when we load UI from JSON. We call them in a for loop here, right? No, we don't. We call it on init UI, right? We call our setup functions. And we're definitely calling setup, whatchamacallit. It's so dumb that I didn't make the setup for this next to it, I guess. But yeah, the setup attack list. Let's just make sure that we're calling this. Why would it work with one container but not the other? It's so strange. Okay, I need to pay attention to the setup stuff. Yeah, so the text boxes get incremented completely. Yeah, they have the same draw start now. They have different UIDs but the same draw start. I think it's probably the same for this menu. Just, it's so strange. Oh gosh, okay. Yeah, so the text box count increments. We know that. They have separate UIDs. But and copy box data. Draw start equals draw start. Yeah, we save these. We save these. But like our draw start doesn't even get calculated until later. When we do our add text to draw buffers for all of them. How the hell do they have different UIDs if they're pointing to the same draw start? It makes no sense. I want on setup when we're not updating. I want to get our draw start and our UID, just so that I can match them up. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, there are no, there's no early returns or anything. I am getting a 501. I do get a 501 here. So there's that. Max characters times 6 times vertex size. Should be correct. I mean, all of this is like battle tested, all of this shit. I guess I could check this buffer. When I go to rebuild UI and textural buffers, I free it. What do I allocate this to? Max UI elements times 6 times max characters. That's correct. Max times 6 times, yeah, times max characters times menu count. It's the same thing. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, I think I get it. I think I get it. I think they might have the wrong material. I think they might have the wrong material. Create new text box. It creates it with this material though. Just create it with that material. What if they... It's the only thing that I can think of is that they're getting the wrong material. Yeah, let me check what this says, I guess. I don't know. Buffer. Yeah, I enforce all of them to go to this ID and this UID. I do. So on setup, we're going to see our UIDs get allocated. Hopefully. Okay, I don't see the thing that I was trying to test. I didn't see it. Why does it stop at 103? Why does it stop at 103? Why does it stop at 103? It just stops. I mean, technically it shouldn't matter because these... Wait, what? It stops at 103, but it should be going to 1000. We don't get an early return or anything. And I'm checking all the early returns. Oh. If len is less than 0, return. I see, so it's hitting this and then returning. I see. What if I just let us go through for this? And then instead of for len, copy to draw buffer, current counter, temp buffer. If len is greater than 0, this plus temp counter is going to be 0, I'm pretty sure. 0 1. So in the case that that's 0, this is going to be max characters times 6 times vertex size plus the start minus the counter, so plus the start, so it's going to just set it to 0. That's what we want. Okay. So that's going to allocate all of our space for us like we want. But it shouldn't matter because these are the 5 that are active anyway, that get text in them. So the fact that it's getting set, they don't have text in them, is concerning. Let me check the shader. Let me get rid of this, the masking. And set to always visible. I'll start the vertex size. Yeah, this was a good catch because we definitely, what I meant for the function to do was allocate 1000 UI elements regardless of if they had text in them or not. That was the point. So now we should no buffer for text box allocated. I see. I see. So we still have those early returns. Okay. Okay, so I'm still not getting anything. Yeah, this is gonna print out, yeah, a billion times. Okay. Final test here. Try moving this. Nothing. Okay. Here's a test that I'm gonna do. I'm getting a 501 here, which is interesting because that happens when the SSBO is being assigned. But we only get it here once. Okay, let's try to go complete debug with it and just print out white just to see where it is. Yeah, then we should probably early return if len is less than or equal to 0, even though we don't want to. Or actually, no, you don't want to, but yeah. We don't have anything here, though. Was there a text? That couldn't have been 111. Right? That wasn't 111. That should have been just clean white all across. Yeah, this is fine. There we go, that's 111. Okay, so I mean, at this point, I'm just so confused. I'm just so confused. Is there something really dumb I'm missing here, or what? Like, I know that it's not this. It's 100%. There's 100% nothing inside of the draw buffer is the issue. We're gonna print out the pointer to the vert buffer. Okay. Print out the pointer to the vert buffer. I'm sure that I copy into both. Populate a tag list. I'm sure that I copy into both display text, yeah. Both display text and text. This 501 is probably the key to understanding what the hell is going on, to be honest. The fact that I only get it once, though, is concerning. I should be getting it 5 times if I'm writing out of bounds for all of them. I should be getting it once for each box. Okay, so let's see. God, can I stop lagging so that I can check this, please? All I see is box 2. Let me check the pointer. Pointer is the same. I'm looking at it, and it looks good. Like everything looks good, you know. $485. It ends at $485, which is exactly where our boxes start. So it's the exact same one. It's the exact same one. It's the exact same pointer. It's like, what are we talking about? It's to the point where I just want to try and like delete this, like see if Yeah, I mean, I'm at the point of just like deleting this. Like, that's, um, just to see if I can get something. Because then we're competing for space a lot less, I guess, against the other boxes. But yeah, I mean, the numbers are all correct. Like, every single box is at the correct spot in the draw buffer. We're definitely uploading stuff, you know. We're getting 501s. Hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second. Hold the fuck on a second, man. What do you mean that we don't get any in the beginning? It should not all, not, it should give me this. It should be giving me this and not early returns. Because we don't have... Hold on. We should not be early returning for every single one. This terminal, we have to reopen this terminal. This terminal is not good. Okay. God, I'm so confused. GL before SSBO 501. GL before S. Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? GL before SSBO 501. What the hell are we talking about? God, I just know that this is gonna be something really dumb. I just can tell. I know it. What? The thing is, we get this 501 here. Okay. We get this 501 here. We get this 501 here. What happened? Why cannot you sleep? I just, you know, I couldn't sleep. Just, normal, I guess. Couldn't sleep. Now, I mean, this is just ridiculous. The UI situation is crazy. The UI situation is crazy because we have the same exact buffer with the same exact pointer. And one of them just isn't drawing to the screen. Like, okay. I'm at the point of thinking that, like, maybe the font information is wrong for this. For whatever reason, maybe the font information is wrong. Temp counter says to temp counter. Yeah, I bet that you fall asleep. Yeah, trust me, I've been on every single sleep medication that they can prescribe. It doesn't work on me. Okay, so we see these two 501s. We see them. I see them loud and clear. And 501, 501. These are correct. You can see that these are all correct numbers. But we get 501s. We're getting I know where we're getting a 501. We're getting a 501. We're getting a 501 here. Probably right here. If I had to guess. Right here. I wonder if there's a... I wonder if there's a... I wonder if there's an upper limit on VPO sizes that I'm hitting. I mean, there's no way, right? There's just no way. There's just no way. Just no way. But that would explain why I'm... But what doesn't make sense is that this same buffer is the same one that's being used for the other text that is fine. How the hell is it the case? Like this buffer is shared between both things. So why does one work but the other one not? It's bizarre to me. It's completely bizarre to me. Dude. Like, yeah, let's make sure here. Because I'm just gonna go crazy without it, without knowing. We're gonna error catch that. And then I want to do the same thing at the bottom here when we do this subdata. Fun when I work intensely at night. I have like nightmares and stuff. It's not just like, you know, I have like pretty severe nightmares about things that keep me up, you know. It's kind of serious, but yeah. Okay, so let's try and see exactly which GL error is getting us here. I should have really put it before the bind here, actually. You like nightmares? Well, we don't have that in common, that's for sure. I have nightmares about like people dying and stuff. Okay. Before buffer. And this is a different GL error. It's not related. It's fucking not related. I swear it's not related. There's just no way it's related. I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna like literally lose it. I'm going to literally fucking lose it. I'm like so close to snapping right now. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we talking about, man? What are we talking about? That's fun to snap. It's not gonna be the fun kind of snap in a second, man. Let me tell you. It's really not. It's really not. Okay. Give me, here's what we need. Give me fucking temp counter. Give me temp counter. Can we stop lagging too? That'd be great. Dude, I'm gonna snap. I'm so gonna snap in a second. Give me temp counter. A dot. Like, okay. Thank you. If temp counter is 0, then that would explain something. How temp counter would get to 0, I'm not sure, but my entire computer is lagging. It's like, calm down. I have no chill right now. I have no chill. It's like, we have the characters. The characters are correct. Start counter minus current counter. Makes characters times 6 times vertex size plus start minus current counter. Yes. That makes sense. Start minus current counter. But shouldn't it be... But shouldn't it be... Oh, yeah, no, this is correct. So it's start plus the maximum minus the current counter. Gives you the remainder. And then we go from current counter, and then we set to 0. And then we upload from draw start. Yeah. And our layout, okay, listen, text box render group ID. You sneaky motherfucker. Hold on a second. No. Okay, listen. What? When I go into... Yeah, right here. I set it to the text mat ID. I set it right here. There's no way that's wrong. There's no way that that's wrong. There's just no way. I'm gonna print out the layout. Okay. The font is fine. At this point, I'm like, I'm so confused because all the numbers, like, everything is correct. Like, we've checked everything. Okay, maybe I shouldn't fucking print that out. Hold on. Okay, I should not have printed out layout for sure. That was a really bad idea. That was a poor idea. Hold on, I printed out current count. I printed out temp counter. So why don't I get this? Because everything is len 0? I guess everything is len 0. Okay, fine. Just get me to the bottom. Okay, everything is len 0. You're totally correct about that. $42. Yeah, I mean, I mean, yeah, that's another number that's correct. That's another number that would be correct to me. That seems like a correct number. I mean, it it gets assigned the ID and the UID, like 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 it gets assigned it here, you know. So there's just no way that it's going to a different buffer. There's just no way. I just implemented licensing. I could have made it harder, but my boss wanted a simpler one. If the software gets famous, it will nuke this. Why did he want a simpler one? Yeah, I don't care about people buying it. I just want a simple licensing. Like what? Isn't that kind of important? It's like the meme. Try and tell me the difference between these two photos, and it's the exact same fucking thing. That's what we're gonna do right now. I'm going to check the fucking I mean, uh, You know what? Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. You know? You know what I mean? Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. How many months or years have I been working? I've been working for 5 months on this. Dude, I might need to take a second in a second to just like reload my brain with this. Like, this is crazy. This is a crazy bug that we're looking at here. So here's what I'm wondering. So earlier what we did was that we changed this temp buffer to a buffer that is allocated per text box, right? And so it is good that you're not working on Vulkan. Yeah. Yeah, you should tell Dark that. I mean, it has nothing to do with OpenGL. This is not an OpenGL issue, I think. I think this is purely, like, for some reason, our buffer is zeros. Like, it has to be just zeros. It has to be just zeros. In fact, that might be just what I do, is just like check like a literal printout of the bytes of our temp buffer. I'm almost like tempted to just like literally, for now, just like malloc this. Just literally malloc this. Yeah. Just go back to mallocing this. Then times 6. Then times 6. Okay. And just try mallocing that. Let's just try mallocing it. We aren't freeing it, by the way. We just aren't freeing it. I don't give a shit though. I just don't care. I just do not care. What is the GL error 501? Where is that 501 coming from? Like, we already stepped through it, and now it doesn't show up. Brother, the annoying thing, right, is that there's no convex hole too for these, so they're just fully just don't exist. They just don't exist is the problem. Okay, here's the test. GL invalid value. Yes, it's yes. Okay, here's the test we can do. Just fuck the U model. Okay? Let's get rid of the U model and see if we draw anything at pause. Yeah, let's not even talk about AUID. Let's just literally do pause. Pause will be, let's do pause plus 100, plus 100 will get us on the screen, okay? Yes, it's possible that I have 501s that are not within the scope of the current issue though. It's very possible that something completely unrelated is giving me a 501. The reason why I would think that is because we have literally stepped through this. Okay, these are not the 501. This is not the 501. Okay, you see, these are scoped errors, and I know that these aren't returning the 501. And if those aren't returning the 501, then it's probably something completely different. This is now giving me a 502, which is important. I broke something. Oh yeah, I broke this, that's why. I mean, isn't this allowed? I mean, why is that a problem? Oh, I know why it's a problem. Because of this. That's why. Whatever, just do that. See, these are not the ones though. These are not the. Okay, so it's an SSBO issue. So it has to be an SSBO issue. Because getting rid of the model matrix got this in the right position. But what I don't understand is that these have correct UIDs. We know this. These have correct UIDs. Like I've already checked this. We've already checked these UIDs. They're going to be exactly the same. Like, what are... Like, is there something I'm not seeing here? Because this is going to be the exact same... I mean, it's definitely 100% this. That's the issue. But it's only an issue. It's only an issue with these certain text boxes that come from this specific thing. Just doesn't make any sense unless this. So let's see this. So let's do a UID times 10. Okay, so this should go like stacked. We should see different UIDs that make sense for this. But yeah, as you can see, UID 0, UID 1, UID 2. So, like, it's just bizarre. It's just bizarre because those numbers are completely valid. And we've been using those numbers for other text boxes. And yeah, these are valid UIDs. I mean, problems in shaders. I'm having problems with my life. My life is having problems right now. Holy shit, man. Hold on a second. I think I just... Hold on a second. Is it possible that... Dude, it would be so fucked. It would be so fucked if our box scale was 0 on the knit. Oh my god, that would be fucking so sucky. That would be so sucky for you to tell me that right now. That would be so sucky for you to tell me that the past like 2 hours I've been looking at something where my box scale was at 0. That would be so fucking sucky for you to tell me that right now. That would piss me off so much, man. That would piss me off so much. I'd be so mad. I'm gonna be so bad. I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so pissed off. I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad. It has nothing to do with opengl. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with it. Oh my god. Yeah. Yep. Yep, that's what it was. That's what it was. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Yeah. Our box scale was at 0. Our box scale was at 0. I was initializing the boxes with a fucking scale at 0. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Why does create new text box? Why does default text box? Default text box should have a scale of 1. What the fuck are we talking about? Oh my god. What are we talking about? Oh my god, dude. How? How are my other text boxes? I just don't get it. I don't get how this same issue wasn't happening with the other text boxes. Tell me where I specifically set this up during sort. During sort text container upwards? Where do I set this? Move text box to origin. Change label alignment. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I hard coded it. I hard coded it here to 1-1. I hard coded it. Oh, dude, I hard coded it to 1-1. Oh. I hard coded this to 1-1. That's why. The other ones had a scale of 0 and these had a scale of 1. It's because I hard coded these to 1. Dude, you have got to be fucking kidding me, man. Oh, man. I'm sitting here for hours. Okay, I'm sitting here for hours going through the byte sizes, going through the pointers, going through making sure that everything, every number is correct. Every number is exactly the same. Exactly the same. Oh, dude. That's crazy. That is fucked up, man. That's so fucked up. Ooh, that's so fucked up, man. Oh, man. Man. Okay. The fucking worst thing, right, is that, like, I was like, the worst thing is that, like, I was sure that it was something that I added today. I was, like, sure that it was something that I added earlier that I forgot, you know, that I was like, oh my god, I must have forgotten something today. I must have forgotten something. So I'm going through all the code that I added today. But no, it's just the fact that I hard coded a scale. I hard coded a scale 2 days ago that I forgot about. Oh man. Because what type of idiot would not have his text boxes default to 1 scale? What type of idiot would do that? What type of idiot? Dude, that's just so fucking stupid, man. That's just... Oh, man. That's fucking crazy, man. That's just crazy. It's not even something that I'm mad at myself for. It's just truly just... I would have never thought to check that. Because it just... Yeah. Oh, man. And it makes sense that, right, like, all my debug, when I was debug checking it, why is it not showing up even when I, like, hard code everything? It's because the scale for my matrix is at 0. It's at 0. Because I initialize it to 0. Oh, man. That's so... Oh, dude. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Calm down. I just have to get rid of literally all of this debug printing out stuff that was happening. Okay. I want to go to the function called select attack, and all I want to do is make sure that our select attack works. So, selecting. Oh man. Dude, that is such a bummer. I was here for so many hours, so confused. It's like the stupidest thing. Oh man. That's just crazy. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, dude. Oh man. I gotta move around, man. Holy shit, there's no way, man. There's just no way. Okay. Why still? Why still? I hard coded it to 1 this time. I set skill for default equals 1. Set up attack list. Because we're copying box data from template, and template dot scale has to equal, believe it or not, if you want something to appear on the screen, you have to set the scale to 1. That's kind of like the cheat code for getting stuff on the screen. The most important thing is that you make sure that it that is not 0 by 0 pixels on the screen. Oh my god, man. That is so crazy, man. That is so crazy. Oh man. Oh, dude. Okay, there you go. Okay, we'll click 2. I'm not getting anything. Not getting anything. If I click over here, do we get it? No. Okay, let's make sure that our events are working for text boxes. When I go to handle UI events, we are only going through elements. We do not check text boxes. We don't. Okay, so we need to clean this up and make it work for text boxes again. I'm pretty sure this did work for text boxes at some point. But yeah, this needs to work for text boxes. Okay. Honestly, I kind of want the exact same code. I'm like, yeah, to be honest. If it's not a free slot, and we also want to check if global is that. If it's visible, if it's not visible. Okay. Yeah, I kind of just want to copy and paste the code almost. I mean, we don't need all this stuff where it's if it's a slider where, you know, etc., etc. But yeah. I'm pretty sure it's similar. So I'm just going to go in here and go to boxes. UI element hovered. I don't have text box hovered, do I? Holy shit, I do. No way. That's insane. We don't care about this. Top hovered element. Okay, well that's, we need to get a top hovered box, I think. Get text box from chords. Man. That's gonna haunt me until the day I die, that bug, dude. That was crazy. I was so confused. I was so confused. So confused. And it turned out that the scale of the text box was 0. The craziest thing you could imagine. And that's just crazy. That's just crazy. Okay. Yeah, we don't care about that. Okay. Okay. So we're going to go, we're iterating not the element count, we're iterating the text box count. Dude. Oh man. I'm kicking myself now. I'm kicking myself. Dude, that is such a bummer. That is such a... Okay. 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 So... Okay. Let me make sure that this looks indented to be a bit messed up. And also, why do I have... Yeah, I thought that I messed up the yeah, this has to be, oh my gosh, please. This has to be that, yeah. Oh my god, dude. That is such a bummer. That is such a bummer. Yeah, I'm so confused. Yeah, so this has to not be that. Yeah, this is to go here, and this goes to here. Yeah, and then this goes to there. Yeah. All good. All good. It's all good, man. It's all good. Dude, that fucking kills me, man. That kills me. Man. Okay, we need to do this same check for text boxes. We did already do that check for text boxes. Never mind. Okay. Don't I? Okay, but where do I actually call the function though? Handle UI events. That's what I'm inside, but where do I call the function? Where do I call the function? Holy shit, man. I'm so done, dude. Okay, process UI state. Where do I call this from? Process UI state. I just never set this up for text boxes, did I? I mean, fair enough. Like, who cares about clicking on text boxes, to be fair? Like, who cares, right? But yeah, we do need to make a text box version of this, though. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I just don't think it needs to be this complicated. Holy shit, this is so complicated. I don't know what any of this does. Why did I write it this way? If element state equals state none or element unhovered, we call the unhover function. This is crazy, dude. Who the fuck wrote this? Who wrote that? Process box state. Here's how we're gonna do this. All that unhover stuff, that's above my pay grade. Okay? Listen. The hover stuff, we can take the hover stuff. That's fine. Oh my gosh. I pressed U instead of Y. God. That's alright. That's fine. Oh, dude. That was just crazy, man. It's just crazy. Okay. Elements, just replace it with box. Box interactable. No. You got the wrong idea here, bud. I just feel like this is indented very strangely. I just have a feeling about it. I just feel like this is... Okay, there we go. That's fine. Box state is box covered. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now we get the state pressed. Now we get the state pressed. What the hell is all of this? Okay, I understand it, right? Because we deal with sliders a bit differently. Hold on, let me... Element gets replaced with box, okay? Okay, so we need to get rid of everything that is slider on it. Everything that is slider on it. Everything, yeah, drop down, get rid of it. Okay. There we go. Okay. 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 Process box state. Okay. 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 Oh man. Oh man. Okay, we should have like early returns here. If dude's, I don't think you understand. It was okay. We need to stop going in circles here. Dude, that was so dumb. I can't just go to sleep after I had a bug like that. Like, that's like going to sleep with like your tail between your legs sort of thing. Oh, if state none, we can't. No. You can't do that. You can't do that. Was it update text boxes the thing? No, it isn't. It isn't the same thing at all. Dude, I don't think you were here for the bug, but yeah, I spent like 2 hours searching for this bug, and it turns out that like I was like looking at every number, every single thing, right? You know, just trying to figure out what is it, what is it, what is it, what is it. And it turns out that my fucking text box was at zero. Was at zero scale. The scale was at zero. For the matrix. For the model matrix. For the text box. The craziest shit in my entire life. The craziest shit. yeah, it is so ass, because for like 2 hours I was literally like searching through the draw buffer and like trying to figure out like what is the problem. Okay, yeah, so this is selecting it properly. So this attack 2, we're gonna select. Okay, well, we selected attack 4. Attack list 3. Okay, well, I think our convex holes are a bit off. That must have hurt. Yeah, it does. It's a real bummer. It really is. It really, really is. But I mean, it's okay, because we're working and we're working fine. We're working fine. Yeah, it's just such a bummer when, like, I was expecting it to be something where it's like some OpenGL issue, something like the buffer isn't getting uploaded, something like that, right? Like I'd gone through in the shader and I was trying to like hard code shit, and I was just wondering like, why isn't it on the screen? And then I discovered, oh, it's the model matrix is the problem. The model matrix is the problem. And I'm like, oh, it must be an SSBO issue. Like, I'm uploading the SSBO to the wrong thing. And I'm like going through the SSBO, and then I realized, oh, yesterday I hard coded the other text boxes to be at scale 1. Like I can show you exactly because I was like, why are these text boxes working and the other ones aren't? And it's because in this, which handles my other text box sorting, I've transformed text box, and this is 1 1. This argument that transforms them, the vec2 scale, I wrote in a 1 1 here. Did you see? And otherwise, with this new matrix model matrix system, otherwise, this scale variable is initialized to 0. Like, you don't understand, because they were going to the same exact draw buffer, two different positions of the same exact draw buffer. I'm looking through the bytes. I'm like trying to figure out, man. It was just that I hard coded this to 1 1 yesterday, and I forgot. Man. Ah, man. Dude. That's something that just like kills you, man. That kills me, man. Oh, shit, dude. Anyway. Yeah. That shit is fucked up. That shit is so fucked up. Anyway, yeah. Bummer. Real bummer. Yeah. Anyway, we gotta figure out why I'm not clicking on them in the correct place. Do you think it's because I'm awake so long? Honestly, no. Honestly, no. Oh, I'm having an allergy attack. Ah, shit. Yeah, my eyes are fucked up because I'm having an allergy attack. Hold on. I get it sometimes if I like rub my eyes. Okay. I need to figure out the why these model matrices are not lining up during my whatchamacallit. Or my populated attack list. Jesus, dude, I'm having like such a huge allergy attack. I'm allergic to bad code. You have a math midterm and you don't know jack shit? I can't help you. I don't know jack shit about math either. Okay. So why is top box translation X not correct? Why is it appearing off of the off center, but not for the top one? something when I'm uploading? Did I code something weirder? No, I didn't. Yeah, and on the printout, the X's are the same, which is what's confusing me. Dust allergies? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm allergic to a lot of things. But yeah, this is one of them. Yeah, I had this allergy test recently where they did this, like, you know, did everything that I was allergic to and poked me full of needles and shit. And yeah, I'm allergic to a lot of shit, apparently. And it isn't like, nuts or whatever. Like, I'm allergic to fucking just like shit that's in the air, sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, hold on. I might need to take a sec to fucking put something on my eyes. Alright. How many hours am I awake? Not that long, to be honest. I like woke up at like 1. Ugh. Man, allergies fucking killing me. Okay. Top box. Translation X. We check this transforming UID. It's all on the same X. But we don't actually check. Yeah, so we don't actually check top box, which is really. Wait, but this is this shows top box translation X. Hmm. Me. This should. I mean, we're printing out top box translation X down there, so I don't know why it's it's not the same. Visually, I mean. I stream like 11 hours some days. I'm fine. I have like VODs of me streaming for like 12 hours. I'm fine. But yeah, I appreciate the concern. I'm fine though. Yeah, these are offset from the top one. I wonder if it's because I never moved them to origin. Actually, that's probably what it is. It's probably, yeah, that's probably what it is. Hold on. When I set up attack lists, I don't move them to origin, do I? I thought that create new text box does. It does move it to origin. Maybe I need to do that for every single one though. I probably do. As soon as every time I add text to a text box, I have to move it back to origin because it's going to change the text itself. So when I populate a tag list, I actually have to add text box to draw buffer, but it's also I have to move it to origin for all of them. I'm pretty sure that that's probably what it is. Yeah, I had some eye drops. Yeah, I'm fine now. It's just fucking allergies, dude. Out of nowhere. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so attack 2, attack 2, attack 3, attack 3. Okay, that works fine. That works fine. Okay, so first of all, these are obviously I don't have any padding between them, which is I guess a bit silly of me. So we should add some padding between them. I don't understand why this has like natural padding and this doesn't. Maybe it's because I'm using capital letters actually. That might actually be what it is. I'm using the same exact formula to do them. So wonder about that. Okay, so I'll add, it might also be the text size as well. Well, no, I changed the text size to something smaller. But okay, this is in pixels, right? So I need to add like, no, it's fine. It's at like 0. Yeah. Let's add 2. It's weird because the first one is smaller than the other ones. This current box height divided by 2. Top box translation Y. Top box height divided by 2. Current box height divided by 2 plus H. And then we add. Oh, no. We're supposed to add height. Yeah, we're supposed to add height. That's why it's off. Yeah, I'm just being dumb. Okay. Now that that's figured out, I kind of want to make some sort of feedback. So honestly, what like the easiest thing that I could do for that is like super simple here. When I select attack, we can just like, I mean, this is super simple, just like box color equals equals red. Let's just put it to red. Just put it to red. And then we'll make another thing that casts the attack. And for now, we won't have anything, but we'll print out casting attack with another button, and then test that the whole thing works now. Man, dude, that's such a bummer that. Oh, the textbook skill thing is such a bummer, man. I'm not gonna get over that. It's such a bummer. Okay. Okay. So, when I click on attack one, it's not changing because we have to toggle. Okay, yeah, it's not gonna unselect. It's true. Yeah, when I select an attack, we have to change the others to not selected. It's very true. Honestly, what you could do with that is something pretty elegant here, actually. I really like this. Is that, oh, we set it straight to the text. Well, then you can't do that. What I was going to do, right, was I was going to follow the old pointer. So, to the last selected box, and then just unselect it. But yeah, I don't know. There's also like per vertex color, which is an interesting choice, you know, instead of doing it on the GPU with color. Idea was that I kind of wanted different letters to have different colors and all that. Anyway, so there's that. There is that. Yeah, okay, so we definitely don't want to pass a string. Actually, we want to go back on that and pass a text box instead, because then we have the last selected one to unselect. The other thing that I wanted to test just to make sure is to make an element and then go here and then just make it go to callback and then go to what is it called? Was it choose attack? Use attack? I think that's what I named it. Use attack. Let's see. And then it should say casting attack. Casting attack 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. Shrink a bear. Casting attack. Huh. Oh, I go through all the attacks. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. So instead of just one being selected, it's all of them are selected, yeah, because all of them are pointing to different places. Oh, it's kind of annoying. Yeah, instead of this, what we could just do, instead of this like cheeky pointer thing, we could just like Wait, actually, maybe this does make sense. Hold on. We matched on the component ID, then go through the attack count, and then we... No, that should be fine. That should be fine. Is it possible that... Oh! Oh, the classic. The classic. The string compare equals 0. The classic. Yeah, maybe I am tired. That's pretty embarrassing. Yeah, so either... Yeah, instead of going straight to the display text, we should really make a selection val. What did I call this? Selection value type. We should have instead of this, we should have a cell val type text box. Okay, and we're just going to and the reason why is because we need to know what type we're casting it to. It's a good thing. So we're just going to leave that to box. And that's good because if component attack selection value pointer, and so if we have a pointer and we are make sure that the type is cell val type text box, then what we can do is that we can follow that component attack selection dot value dot pointer and cast it to a text box. And then what we can do with that is we can go box color equals white again. Which is cool, right? And if we wanted to update in real time, we can add text box to draw buffer box. Oh, we should not have this. We should have this old box. Cold box. Cold box. No, old box. Cold box. A bold box. All the different types of boxes. Old box, draw start. No, and we are pushing an update. So that goes to true. And we have this, and we are going to put this here. For the new box, we want to, yeah, so let's just do this here, and then we will also push an update for our new box, because we want to be changing the color of the text. If I can select it. A box. There we go. Okay, so all that should work if I know what I'm doing at all. We just need to make sure also that we're updating this to now take a cell val type text box, and yeah, so this, we aren't going to be comparing the pointer at all. We're going to be going pointer to this display text. Yeah, it's not going to let me do that, is it? You freaking jerk. Okay, we want to be iterating inside of here, actually. So we want this to be outside here. Yeah, a very strange way of nesting this. I'll openly admit it. I will openly admit it. Attack selection dot value dot pointer. There we go. There we go. And we will be taking that box display text. Oh man. It's a string compare against. Cool. Cool. Okay. Okay. I think that's all good. Looks all good to me. Okay. Okay. That's the UI system done for everything. I mean, now it's just a matter of making it more fancy, you know. Also, I mean, while we're here, we might as well go to the setup. Set up attack list and make the text size something less annoyingly large. And I want to do the same for the battle log. Okay. So with that out of the way, yeah, let's give that a shot again. Oh man, this is crazy. Can't believe it's finally over. All the UI stuff. It was the last hurdle we had to get over was the stupid scale thing. And now we're home free. Look at that. Home free. Okay. Okay, that is kind of small. Okay, this is... Okay. Yeah, that is a bit small. That is... Hey, but it's changing colors. Whoa, no way. That's fun. Little changing color thing. When you click on the text. That's crazy. Never seen that before. Craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Okay, so make it an element. We're going to what did I call this? What did I just call this? I called this use attack. That's what it was. Use attack. When we click this, it will print to the console that we cast attack for. Fantastic. And then when we go to attack 3, it's going to say we cast attack 3. Fantastic. There we go. Let's ignore the fact that this calls this many times. I think it's a bit overzealous probably on the selecting things, it calls it a bit often. You know, it's like it's because it's holding it down, right? So if I hold this down a lot, it's gonna print out like, oh, we just selected attack 5 10 trillion times. Yeah, yeah, a lot of attack 5. So that makes sense. So that's no problem. That is no problem. That is no problem at all. Okay. Honestly, dude, I'm pretty happy with it. I feel like honestly, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Test scroll bar. I'm going to put a slash on this one. Testing changing from label alignment side. Don't remember what that means. Scrolling menu for items attacks. We're gonna put a slash on that. The same slash. This we didn't do. And this we haven't done. Still need to do that. Edge detection shader for entities. Not sure how that's gonna work. I gotta kind of look that up. But we did all of this today. The UI system is pretty much finished. It is pretty much finished. I think it's pretty neat, believe it or not. Yeah, I think it's pretty neat. Also, yeah, our UI elements still have the fancy like rounded edges. It's just underneath the color. It's underneath the color. Because our UI is now being our UI color can now be changed on the GPU. I just have to make a toggle for us to keep the, because we just do the color here, so this equals V color, when in reality what we could have is like a switch where it the V color is not U color, but the V color is A color, which we still have per vertex color as well. It's just kind of separate than the GPU color. So we could also make that a thing. It you know, yeah. But yeah, I guess I had this idea that I kind of wanted like colors to be able to change in real time without it, having to be a total pain in the behind, Anyway. Oh man, my eyes. Okay, so with that, I think that's pretty much it. I kind of wanna, like, next up, what we're gonna be doing is want like attack animations, I guess, to test out the attack buttons, that has to happen like down here. Hey, what's up, Chandra? It's going good. We had a little bit of a silly little bug earlier, that really derailed my day, but beyond that, I've been fine, having a ball of a time. Yeah, ball of a time. How are you doing? Yeah, so attack animations, I guess we have a gun now. Like, we could technically, how it's going to look when I use attack, right? Use attack will go, it's going to string compare against the ID, and then the attack itself, right, will probably have so we can go push animation, skin ID and instance ID. Good question. honestly, we'll probably have that on the component itself, right? Um, but for now, these are just like global uh, stand-ins. So we can just do this, and we can just hard code Rhino shoot, and that will be. Which Linux Citro? I'm on Mint. Building with DoD and arena-based memory allocation. I mean, yeah, I use arenas here and there. You know, I definitely am not malicking every frame. I can tell you that. But as far as like arenas, I think that's kind of like the catch-all buzzword type of thing. I mean, I use free lists. I allocate everything at once. I guess it's kind of arenas, you know. I don't know what DoD stands for. Data oriented design. I'm assuming. It's pretty data oriented, believe it or not. Everything in a game engine is data. We have 40,000 lines of data. Something like that. I use a lot of callbacks, especially for the UI. You know, a lot of callbacks that go to other things. A lot of void pointers that go to other things. You like my graphics? Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Okay, so that's the thing for that. I kind of wanted a thing where we make this hover. I wanted a hover callback. So we're gonna have a void hover attack. The idea is that when you hover an attack, it displays a little container with the explanation of what that attack is. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I wonder if we should make that. The idea is to make that beforehand and only just be toggling the visibility. But the question is, how do I want to do that? Well, probably when you, what's the name of that function? Populate the attack list. The lighting is good. Thanks. I wrote it all myself. It's all light mapped. I just raycast across the UVs of surfaces on initialization, and accumulate. Appreciate that. Yeah, so when we populate the attack list, we don't only want to store copy the ID, but we also... Shit, how am I going to do this? Yeah, I think you need to make extra... Yeah, you need to make extra stuff on setup. Because you can't just call create new text box here. Because then you're allocating. No. No, yeah, you wanna do it on setup. Not when you're populating. Not when you're toggling. So yeah, that's what we'll do. When we are setting up, we will for our setup attack list, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a maximum amount of text boxes for our info little blip. So max amount of text boxes per info per attack info container is going to equal 10. And we're just going to have one element that pops up to the side when you hover it. So yeah. To be honest, dude, like we don't even have to. I don't even know. Like it's more kind of like retro if we don't have like a hover over thing, and we just like kind of put the text to the side, I guess, when you select it. I feel like that's probably the better way of doing it. It's probably on selection rather than hover. Although we could just try both out. I don't really know. It's difficult. Difficult to figure out what I want. What do I think? Hover or on select? I think hover is like more modern and cool, but yeah. Yeah, I think honestly putting it to the side is just better in general. But yeah. Either way, it would have to be allocated early. So we would just be filling the text boxes with the blurb. So I'm just going to say that we allocate 10 extra in general. I think that that's just fine. Max UI children, what is this, by the way? 128. Believe it or not, we're almost hitting that, but we're fine. So after this, can we just do max attacks plus 10 here? And then the 10 extra will just be the, but you kind of want them to be separate. Maybe not. So let's just go and make them down here. And they'll have a different template, I guess. But it's going to be pretty much similar code. It's just going to be a different template. Because I want them to not be a part of the attack list, but be a part of the info. Whatchamacallit. So, info templates, and then all of these will get changed to info template. The reason why we're doing it this way, if you aren't aware, it's because on initialization is when we want all of this stuff to be done, so that we know how much text we're gonna have in general before we don't want to do any allocation during runtime, so that's the point of this. Okay. Okay, so the info template, we want to put it on the side of the element. So I'm going to put it L translation plus L width. Yeah. And not press that by accident. So this is just putting it to the side of the thing. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you kind of just want them to be in a good space, like spot already. To be honest, I would be fine with like hard coding the positions. Honestly, we could just make like a separate, entirely separate thing. An entirely like separate not sure, not sure. Also, this text size was for ants. I almost forgot about this. Yeah, I almost forgot to change that. Yeah, what we can do is we can start the template at the top of L at L translation dot y plus L height divided by 2. It's actually going to be minus L height divided by 2 to get the top. And then we can just go down by L height divided by 10 every time. So we can just do transform text box to the position of L translation dot x. Wait, actually, yeah, I wonder. Yeah, that's fine. And then L translation dot y minus L height divided by 2 plus L height divided by 10. Yeah. And then we can just do 0. Make sure to hard code this to 1, 1. Yeah, so that's going to be that. And so this is going to be the info list. The annoying thing about that, though, now that I'm realizing it, is that when I populate a tag list, we only go through the text box count. We don't really actually. So we would need to keep a separate text box count. Or just check the ID every time. Kind of painful though. Kind of painful, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Yeah, as much as it pains me, I think that you wanna put this in a separate container. I'm just trying to figure out then if we select an attack or if we hover over a box, how can I push text for a certain attack into that container, into that separate container? I would need a pointer to it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to have to malloc a pointer. Yeah, that's so stupid. I could just hard code it. Like I could literally hard code the ID for that container, and then we just search for that ID, and then we just push the text into it. Yeah, that's gonna be what we have to do. Yeah, this was the idea on this, was that when you push text, then you call this function that sorts the text. The annoying thing is, like, what if you just want to push like a bunch of text boxes at once? What if you just have all the data that you want to push already ready? You know what you could also do? What you could also have is just, instead of doing all of this like pushing text around, would probably be the most efficient is to just literally have a UI element that is already there, that just the visibility isn't toggled, where you just literally are toggling it on and off, instead of like having this dynamic container that you're pushing stuff into. You should just like, yeah, and then when you hover over an attack, it just displays that one. Yeah. So text box can have a hover. It can have a hover callback. What can a hover callback have inside of it? It can have a function, and it has a void pointer to some data. Okay. And it can have a bind function. So what if during the bind function I find what if during population the thing is, I need some way to map attacks to IDs. I guess it's fine. like it's fine to assume in my mind like that you can follow just like one convention so that we can search just for like attack one and just bind that to the data that we toggle on hover. Yeah. So let me see this. So hover callback. Hey, what's up, Kale? This is going to be attack info. And the important thing here is going to be the bind function. So we want to bind self. And we want to so this is going to be like toggle info, and then this is going to be untoggle info, and then this is going to be our bind function. Any issues? No, I'm fine. Our bind function that's going to get the attack. Thing is, how do I find the attack from the text box itself? Either search based on the text or based on the ID. I could also just push into the bind data I could push into the bind data. I'm just trying to figure out how do I not search for this during runtime to bind the container with the correct info. Because we're only gonna know which attack goes to what after a certain point. After we actually toggle the menu, because that's the only time when we populate the attacks. Populate full of attacks, and then, I mean, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a way that I don't have to search per attack, string comparing against every single UI element or UI container in the menu. Which is what you might end up with. I just don't know of another way to do it. Like, the other way to do it would be like kind of hard-coded. It's more efficient, right? But yeah, so you would have on the attack itself, on the struct of the attack itself, you would have a pointer to the info container that's resolved maybe on a init. And then when you assign that attack, then that attack, you don't have to search for it. It just, you bind the info straight onto onto the text box hover callback. You bind it like straight here. And then you skip having to search for it when you're assigning the text. But yeah, there's no way to do that other than like hard coding that. Well, you could do it during the setup callback. You could iterate through everything that's inside the NPC component and then assign pointers on setup. Yeah, I think that's flexible enough. That's fine. That's flexible enough for me. So we're gonna say false here, and then I'll leave a note for myself. The bound data is assigned on setup fn to the attack struct. Then later we save because we just assign straight to here when assigning text to the box. Okay. So we don't need a bind function at all. What we want to do is on setup, for setup attack list, what we want to do is maybe you do need to do it on toggle, because if our component ID ever changes, then we need to change this. Then you need to change this. This is so annoying. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for now you could just do that. You just do this. And then just like it's just so inefficient if I do it during runtime. It's just so incredibly inefficient. Because for every single attack, I would need to search for the info container when we're assigning it. Did I put the selection callback has a bind function? That wasn't meant to be for this though. That was meant to just, yeah, get something that you can select, yeah. This isn't that. And plus that would be taking up that slot. You could you could literally just do this. And it would be so easy. I mean, you would be hard coding this though, and we love the flexibility in our engines. We love it, you know. But yeah, getting this resolved otherwise is kind of difficult, you know. But yeah, I mean, kind of. Don't you want this for everything though? Like, this kind of like makes sense to have for everything though. I think that this kind of makes sense to have for everything, actually. Just like something that you just, you know, that you just assign. You just wonder when we're going to resolve that. I guess what I can do right now is just make a resolution thing here. It's like make a resolution thing here. So after we load an RUI from JSON, we just iterate through our stuff, and then assign pointers based on some matching on ID. Yeah, this is... yeah. No. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. I just figured it out. You do have this. But how you do it is you do it on a definition callback. You do it on a definition callback that is just called attack info. It's actually so simple. I don't know how I didn't think of it. But yeah, it's this. You just do this, but instead of you're just, all you're doing is you are searching yeah. I wonder if honestly what you're going to want to have is some global registry of attacks. We can just put this here for now.
Because you don't want to be iterating through every single NPC component and then assigning that. No, you want to have some sort of registry to pull from when you create your NPC component. So this completely makes sense. Okay. This completely makes sense, yeah. So this is just a template, right? What we're gonna do is we will set up a container here, and yeah, we're gonna get a menu, and we will also, yeah, it's gonna be pretty similar to this. You're gonna have a template also for whatever info you're doing, and what you're gonna do is you're gonna iterate through that global registry when you're setting this up, and then match. So you're gonna go, well, for now it's just max NPC component, but this is just, so you're going to get the attack each attack in here, and then you're going to check, let's just string compare. We can even use L component ID for this against our attack ID. We can even do this. And then if we find a match, then all we're going to do is attack info gets set to this container. Or even better, we shouldn't limit it to a container, to be honest. We should just make this a UI element that owns a container. Because you just want that. It's much cleaner. Okay, so you have that gets set to L, and there you have it. And now L is just going to toggle visibility when we assign the attack. So yeah, you find the attack inside of the registry. But yeah, you want to initialize this the same way you initialize this. And we said here, we wanted a maximum of 10. So we can just do that very easily here. Let's just set it to a maximum of 10 and copy the template. And we're not even going to worry about this. It's just going to go into L translation. And we want to do L height divided by 10. L translation dot y. L translation dot y minus L height divided by 2 plus L height divided by 10 with an angle of 0 and a scale of let's just go template scale. Okay. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So that's that. And this is going to have a template of attack info. And we can change this template to actually, we could just like literally make like a buffer here. I think ID is actually unfortunately 64. So it is a bit limited right now. But yeah, we could do that. I think that that's going to be fine. And just take L component ID into that. Yeah, I know. I completely I get you. I get you. I completely get you. I understand. I literally get it. You know, it's totally valid. It's totally valid. We could use smprintf, yeah, and just yeah, but then it's like now we're like trying too hard, you know. It's like we're trying too hard. Whatever, dude. Yeah, Stricat. Yeah, we know. Yeah, but that's just trying too hard. That's just trying too hard. Okay, listen. It's a string. I don't care. We're just gonna str copy because that's what I said we're gonna do. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Don't even think so hard about it. Just str copy right into that thing. Right into that thing. The L component ID. Fantastic. I've never seen something so fantastic in my entire life. Okay, whatever. So, okay. So, with that set up, what we need to have now, unfortunately, is just in a init that just initializes our attack registry. Okay, and all we're gonna want to do is we're gonna want to set globals attack count equals 0, and we'll just put this in there. Is basically what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna zero it out, and we're gonna do this. We want to, however, we're not going to go to player. We are going to player, and we're going to take globals, and instead of NPC component, we're just going to go straight into attacks. And instead of max attacks, as we discussed earlier, I'm just going to put this into the same thing here. And this is going to be our global registry. Okay. And we already zeroed it, so it's fine. So this is good. So why this is important is because we want to propagate from this later. Because I need to assign Yeah. Yeah. So what needs to end up happening is we need this to happen before any of this happens. Is what needs to happen. And we need to make a function that says, that's like attack get attack from registry, or really it's going to be find attack. Okay, let's do get attack. Okay, it's fine. And this is just going to be a simple match, and then I'm really regretting putting this to the same exact I am being lazy and putting this to the same exact amount as that. I really am. So we're going to just going to string compare. From the name to the current globals dot attacks I dot id, and if we equal 0, then we will return globals dot attacks I. And return null. Classic little thingy there. So instead of this, what we will do is we will get attack from registry attack 1, right? Right, I can't just assign there. Yeah, I mean, I can't do that actually because of, string issues. I understand. Yeah, I get it. I don't like to get it, but I completely understand. Yeah, eventually this is just going to be in a JSON, right? Is what this will be. So let's just say attack pointer A1. Okay, and then we will say and then if A1, we will assign to this, and we will in the ID we'll store copy in the ID for brother, we really got to get the NPC component in here. You feel me? We really got to get this pointer in here. Because I'm sick and tired of writing it out, you know? I'm sick of writing it out. NPC. So we're going to go straight into PPC, I mean, NPC attacks. Okay. a1.id, a1 id. Okay. I don't know what I was doing there. I don't know what I thought I was doing. Okay, and then we will npc attack count plus plus. Okay, and that's gonna be the pattern. That's gonna be the pattern. Okay. Really, we just want to do it for one attack. I don't really care about the other ones. Well, I mean, it's important to at least do two because. But yeah, so basically this would be automated. It would you would have like a binary or a JSON or whatever with your attacks or whatever at any given time, and then you would just load it in like that. Anywho, this is going to need to happen after we're either going to need, so we can only get our attacks from the registry after we already search for their setup, right? Yeah, because if this gets the attack from the registry and we don't have the pointer yet, then we have no way to go from the attack to the NPC component. So we just have to wait. I think you just have to wait. I think you just have to wait until we have that in there. So you just have to do this, all of this beforehand. You just have to do this beforehand. You just have to do that beforehand, and then it makes sense for UI initialization to happen before our registry for all of that, right? I think that this is one of these things where I have to write a note here for what's happening here. So we have to wait to get our attacks, etc. from the given registry because they need established links to UI elements already resolved. If they don't, then there's really no way to distribute across every NPC component without it being super inefficient during runtime. Okay, I wrote a note for myself that explains it. But yeah. But yeah. I mean, you could just it wouldn't be that big of a deal to just loop through every single NPC component that is available, and then just search in their attacks for the attack that you need to resolve. It wouldn't be that painful, since obviously, since it's components, it is cache friendly, but it isn't something that I'd like to get in the habit of doing. So yeah, so we can call initialize attack registry here, and why not inside of initialize attack registry at the end, let's just loop through. Oh, no. You want initialize attack registry to happen before this. And then within our setup function, the setup attack info, this will automatically go through the attack registry and assign. Right, yes. It'll assign there. Yeah. And then the NPC component gets that infographic from the registry. I guess, honestly, if we want to be super explicit about this, and I'll write this also in a little note for myself, if we want to solve this, we could just make an attack definition thing where it knows where to find this data during runtime, which would be ideal, right? Is that instead of just having, instead of just copying whatever pointer we have at the time, we just instead we bind to a definition, and we change the definition, and therefore we change all of the pointer links from every attack to that definition. We just know where to look for the infographic. So that's something that we can do in the future. But as for now, yeah, you know what? I think that is kind of what you actually want to do, because otherwise we would have to recompile, which I guess is fine for us to do, but yeah, otherwise we would have to recompile. Anyway, when we when we populate attack list, the thing now is we want to go box hover dot data is going to equal the component attacks I dot info, and this is going to be what we use in the hover function, which hover info, what was I was making this so long ago now. Select attack, hover attack is what I was going to call it. And what this is going to do is, all we're going to do is we will set that to visible. Box hover dot data. We want to cast this to a, well, first of all, let's just do if if we don't have data, then we have to return. But we want to cast that to a UI element. UI element pointer L equals UI element pointer box hover dot data, and then this element we want to L is L visible equals true, L is dirty, true. But since this is a container, if L is container and L container, we need to iterate through all of the children of this element and then turn them to visible. Do I have a function that does this toggle container? I should probably make that a function. So let's just make that a function. Void toggle container. Toggle container. Yeah. And this will take in a UI element pointer L, and I think I call this a menu toggle. Okay, so if not L, return L visible equals toggle. Actually, hold on. How did I do this? What menu toggle? I think 2 is menu toggle. And what menu toggle is that when it's at a value of 2, we're supposed to toggle it rather than setting it to visible or not visible. So what I think we do here is we set a bool visible equals toggle, and then if toggle is equal to menu toggle, then visible equals L equals not L visible. And then we will just set this to visible, and then L is dirty equals true. And now we want to say if L is container and L container, then we want to iterate through the children. Wait, I need to get the container, that's why. Oh, shit, I called it the same thing. Oops. Okie dokie, and we're gonna do the same thing for the boxes. Okay. Can't remember if it's true or false that I'm supposed to be returning here. It's been a while since I did this, but yeah, the reason why this had extra return stuff is because, you know, reasons. Anyway, I'm just got like super tired all at once, so I've been awake for a long time, so I'm probably going to peace out, I think. I just like really, really got tired all at once. Yeah. I think that this will probably just work though. I have it so that there's now a link for a registry to get in info panel for whatever it is on an it, and then whenever that ID is matched, then it basically binds itself to the data component of that element so that on hover we can display it, which is pretty cool. And so that's what I'm going to be doing next time. And I'll write myself a note that I did that. Set up hover info registry for NPC component members automatically attaches on the toggle callback to populate attacks, then on text box hover the info toggles visibility. I think that that's a pretty neat whatchamacallit, little pipeline there, where we have a registry full of things, and then when we initialize, our data, we bind matching info containers to that stuff, so that when we hover over any box with the same ID, then we get the info container popping up. But I probably will have to figure out the bugs with that when I work on this next, which will probably be soon. But yeah, I'm tired. Wow, I've been live for like 10 hours. It kind of went by really fast, huh? It did not really clock how much time was going by, to be honest. Anyway. Yeah, I kind of wish I could test it without it taking forever, but yeah, it would probably just like take forever, to be honest. Yeah. But yeah, on toggle, the box hover data gets bound to the info, to this element. And so when we hover it, we just know what to toggle. And that info is on setup when we it has a setup function that binds it to that under setup attack info. Setup attack info, yeah. Setup attack info. It searches and then binds to that registry when we set that up. So yeah, but I need to like play around with it, and I don't want to do that right now. I kind of just want to peace out. So came a little late. Impressive work. Thanks. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, I've been live for 10.5 hours, so my voice is kind of dead. I'm kind of tired, so I am going to, yeah, flew by. Bunch of hours working on a really stupid typo bug. Oh my gosh, it was a text box that had a scale of 0. It had a matrix scale of 0, and I didn't realize until way too late. But yeah, so anyway, I wrote the note for us for next time, and got a lot of good stuff done today. We profiled, we refactored the outlines, made it so that it's one malloc on init. We fixed the masking. We figured out the menu toggling. We did that, and yeah, we did some architecture stuff. We did some scroll bar stuff, and we did the attack menu prototype. And the next thing is going to be having that info, that hover info, so that when you hover over an attack, it displays the thing next to it. Yeah. All right. Well, catch you guys next time. As per usual, there is a Discord that you can join with a bunch of devs in there. I like seeing whatever gets posted in there. It's awesome. And yeah, don't know when I'll be live next, but I will let you guys know. All right, peace out.